differs in the support items like attacking and healing. The duel must score all the points that the item gives stat boost. The duel skills become boosted with this attack dealing damage. This will not be a longer boost when they reach these the duel must forward aggression damage away and reduce the duel's first basic ability is Peck. The duel stops and grabs her weaks forward, dealing damage to enemies hit. If the sprint gauge is full, the duel dashes forward in the direction she is facing, dealing bonus damage and consuming the gauge. Note that a sprint boosted Peck can traverse small margins of obstacles. The duel's second basic ability is Quick Attack. The duel dashes forward and increasing some circulation and deals damage to those enemy Pokemon. This ability can traverse walls and other obstacles. The duel levels up to 5 and evolve into Dodrio, using Peck to learn either Fire Tag or If Dodrio puts her heads together to learn Fire Tag, she brings her 3 heads together to learn, meaning the rest of the Fire Tag is can hold 2 targets in fire attack to use even more health.
You'll almost always need sprint attack, additional damage, and range. Unless you need a quick focus
Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are so back. It's been a lovely 2 weeks. Welcome to Underdunk, the bi-weekly free-to-enter tournament for the NA and LATAM North regions. I'm so excited to be here. This is number 46, and we have 10 teams playing today. Make sure to use bracket, exclamation point bracket, in the chat to stay up to date with where we are. Sitting right next to me is my wonderful co-commentator, Husky. I'm so excited to get to cast with you. I think this is our first time casting with each other, so I'm excited to see what you got.
Together. We've never been casting together at all. I don't know you very well, so I'm excited to get to know you. So yeah, it's a little like nerve-wracking for me. Like you're like a star in the scene. So like, thanks for having me.
Get out of here. Well, welcome to all those that may be joining in for a little bit about Underdunk. It is a winner side best of 3. The lower side of the bracket, it is best of 1. Grand finals, best of 3 with a best of 1 reset if the lower bracket team is able to win. Teams do have an option. This is a little bit of a newer rule. Teams do have an option to agree on no reset by either completing just that single best of 3 or doing a best of 3 with just a winner's advantage, because sometimes this does go a little bit late. Do you want to inform teams there is a new side selection rule based on the poll numbers earlier this week? So in all rounds, a higher seed does get to choose the side selection during the first game. However, for the grand finals only, if the higher seed is coming from that lower side bracket, they won't get that first side selection, and it is awarded to the team that came from the winner side. If there is a grand finals reset, the team that lost last will get to choose the side first during that reset. So, a little bit about the rules. And Husky, it's been an eventful week already. New ranked season, new patch just dropped. Let's take a look maybe at some of what's going on with the patch. Lots
also,
of
bracket
changes.
just got updated, so you should look at the message to see what team we want.
Ooh, new bracket. Maybe, yeah, let's maybe look at, I will get that. But talk about the patch, Husky. What did we see? What did we see here?
We got a patch last night, along with the new season reset. The thing that's not up here that I first want to mention that was the most exciting thing to me is that Galarian Rapidash, the newest edition that is coming later this week, is going to be a speedster instead of an all-rounder. On the public test server, it was classified as an all-rounder. That has now changed. It will be a speedster. Thank the heavens. Thank Arceus. Because that thing deserved to be a speedster. So that was the first news that I woke up to this morning before I even read this patch. But there are, as Pokemon Unite patches go, some interesting cool changes, and then there's some real head scratchers.
Definitely some head scratchers. I'm most kind of confused about the Blissey one. The Unite move did receive quite a significant buff to the cooldown.
Yeah, I think that's that's one of the biggest head scratchers. But let's just go through this graphic top to bottom. Goodra, good change. It needed something to make it viable. It's going to be very, very tanky now and provide a lot of slow, which I think is going to be valuable. Goodra was already fine. It just, I feel like what it needed more was like a level change, but it got something, which is good. Sylveon, they nerfed Mystical Fire recently for no reason, so I'm glad that that got fixed again. And then the Calm Mind cooldown buff, also fine. I don't know how much Sylveon needed, but it was weird that they nerfed it a little while back.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird too. It did start to see some play, and then all of a sudden it gets nerfed, and then it's just out of relevancy, at least in the competitive meta. The Wigglytuff changes are interesting, to say the least. The Dazzling Gleam and the Double Slap nerfs. I don't know about that.
I guess
the
they're
Unite
trying
move,
to make it support and not defender, because defenders still do good damage, and they don't want it to do damage. They just want it to be a supporter, but...
Yeah. The Unite move, though, is kind of nice, an increase of that effect. But the thing that made me think about this, like, great, you buffed the Unite move, but you didn't change Umbreon's Unite move. So you just have bigger shields to steal from the whole team for Umbreon.
Yeah, and I guess the Umbreon nerfs make sense, so that hopefully Wiggly can be playable if Umbreon's not being picked a lot, but I don't think this hurts Umbreon all that much. I think it's a good change for it to be nerfed a little bit down, maybe give some other defenders viability, but I don't think it will hurt a ton. So I don't really, like, I love Wigglytuff, but with Umbreon still existing, like, I don't know how viable it can realistically be. And then we talked about Blissey, the Unite cooldown change. Why would they do that? It didn't need that.
Why? And shout out to Moy, who put together this infographic. If you don't follow them either on X or subscribe to them on YouTube, please make sure to do so. They put out some amazing graphics, put out some good content as well. So make sure to give them a follow, give them a shout out. Psyduck definitely needed some nerfs. Nerf to the Unite move effect, so the damage reduction within the Unite move received a bit of a nerf, and then also the damage nerf on Surf. I think those are both good changes for it. I still think that Duck, though, might see some usability because I think Surf is still a great tool, and it didn't even touch the Bubble Beam build.
Yeah, I think that Psyduck might still need a little bit of tuning down. I think damage is a good start because you wouldn't really want your supporters to be doing that much damage anyways, but I think if it was going to get something, maybe a cooldown nerf or a CC nerf would help it out a little bit, because Surf, I feel like, is still just going to be ridiculous. Yeah,
Aegis/buffs definitely seems really strong. It got a buff to the boosted autos, doing additional damage, percentage damage based on maximum HP. A little bit of a cooldown buff to wide guard, along with just overall kit buffs to the defense and special defense. So, what are your thoughts about Aegislash? Do you think it's going to get some play tonight?
If anything, out of the changes, I think that Aegislash really has a shot of becoming, like, making its way into viability. And I think that not because the buffs made it ridiculous, because I think it was needed, and I don't think they killed Aegislash with the, not killed, the opposite of that, revived it completely. Like, but I think that a lot of competitive players have Aegislash in their repertoire already.
Yeah.
Like, it is something that a lot of players know how to play really well, but it just wasn't viable enough to bring out to contest some of the other Pokemon that were super viable. So I feel like if I had to predict it, like, Aegislash out of this patch is what we might see start coming back. I think it's a really reasonable change for it.
Too, I think it might. I was saying this on stream last night when we were kind of theorizing what might get buffed, what might get nerfed. I think a lot of the consensus was Aegislash just needed a little bit of something. In my opinion, was a good Aegislash is really strong and really difficult to deal with and go into because of a lot of those micro stuns. And I really thought that, like, the tiniest of buff might see some relevancy. And this one seems pretty decent. So I fully imagine that we'll see some of those Aegislash players kind of take this thing back out and show you what it's all about. The next one, Greedent received a little bit of a nerf to some of the indigestion, the belch, and a little bit of a nerf from the damage.
Don't know why. Greedent wasn't really played. I don't see why that was necessary, but, you know, I don't know why it would do that much damage anyway, but I don't think it was a necessary thing. Urshifu, I hate Water Bear. I hate that
I hate
thing.
it so much.
I hate that thing. But Urshifu, from my analysis, is one of the Pokemon that has gotten touched the most out of everything. It has been fixed and changed so often because I really don't think they know what to do with this build. They made a moveset that is so weird, and if it's tuned up too much, it's insane. If it's tuned down too much, it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
And I just hate it so much. But they keep changing it. They didn't think Water Bear was good enough. I don't know. I don't know how you make a moveset in line with Wicked Blow without breaking it. I really don't.
True.
Wicked Blow is just too good for Secure. I don't know if you can make them even ever.
I don't think so either. I think you're spot on. You may add this long patch to your next video analysis of all the patches. Water Bear's just it. I have nightmares of that thing chasing me from my T1 pad, even middle lane, all the way to the T2 pad through the Flux Zone.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a couple of changes here. I think we are going to be getting into the games here very shortly. I think teams are going to be ready, but
let's
a couple
speed run these
Ninetales nerfs, and then Gardevoir and Zacian, a little bit of changes there.
Gardevoir maybe needed something, them fixing the level. Okay, fine. It gets some stats a little earlier, but I don't think it is doing a ton to it. Zacian, from what I can see, I think the energy consumption is still a problem for it. So I think that this buff wasn't enough to make it ridiculous. You still have to worry about your energy. And you still have to make sure that you're balancing scoring with holding on to energy so that you can use the Intrepid Sword. But I think it was a good change for it. I think Zacian's still really, really good. I don't think this will break it. And A9, I don't know. If they're going to nerf anything, nerf the duration of CC, not the damage. But, you know, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a whole lot there. I like the Guardy buff. I think Gardevoir saw some competitive play. I think mages in general have, like, kind of fallen behind some of these, like, heavy dive all-rounders. And, I'm, like, I haven't seen any Zacians. I haven't played any today since the patch came out, but I'm honestly a little terrified of that thing. It's so strong when it's on. We'll see, I guess. We'll see if it's gonna pop back into like a top meta pick. I think it's probably gonna be very close.
I think it's something that can be pulled out. Like we've been seeing in competitive, sometimes they bring out the Zashi and it's not like a bannable Pokemon, but it's still very strong and a lot of players are familiar with it and they've practiced it and they know how to play it. So it's kind of like a safe option. You know it's strong. It's never been bad. It's probably never going to be bad. But it might be a little bit more viable as another option for an all-rounder, especially in the top path. I mean, the top path is crazy. We could see Aegislash start to come back up there, but that's one of those roles that just has so many options that you're not... That's like the thing where we see the most versatility, I feel like, the top path, because there just hasn't been something that's like so broken that you have to play it up there.
True, and let's maybe take a peek at some of the picks.
Take a peek mentioned?
So yeah, take a peek. Let's take a look at some of the top picks from this past weekend during the UCS tournament. So big shout out to our good community member, Dr. Poker, for putting together some of these stats. But we saw a lot of top Pokemon. I mean, you look at like the top 8. What was picked the most? And I think our general consensus, we kind of went into the tournament thinking about this Blastoise, and it sure did show out.
Yeah, it didn't get touched, so we'll probably continue to see it. It can kind of be played anywhere. As much as I hate it being played anywhere, it can be a defender, it can be an all-rounder, it can be an attacker, which we saw some teams bringing out, and positive win rate as well. Very strong. Absol showed up. Surprisingly, Absol, I don't know if it's surprising or not, but we haven't seen Absol changes in a while, and suddenly teams are like, wait, this actually is insanely good. So Absol was really cool. Again, positive win rate. Psyduck's insane. Umbreon's still insane. I wonder if those two with the nerfs will be picked a little bit less, but it didn't seem like they were changed too much.
The other thing that kind of stands out to me is some Pokemon that we've been thinking are like top of the meta, and that's like your Miraidons, your Umbreon. Miraidon, and you had two different situations happen. Miraidon, while it got picked a ton, look at the win rate, 33%. Umbreon on the opposite end was like 76%, but either way, we got the game started.
Yay!
Game 1 of your winners round 1. Had a little bit of a bracket change, so we had to hold off for a little bit, but we got to talk about the patch. So look at this. Immediate Umbreon and Blissey ban. Not surprised.
Yeah, so first game of the night, first game of a tournament is always a fun one to watch because it's kind of setting the stage for what we might see for the rest of the night. And this Umbreon's still getting ban priority even after being nerfed, kind of what we expected. Blissey's insane. Miraidon is still being prioritized in the ban slot, but the Snorlax ban is a little bit surprising, especially since we didn't see Snorlax too much on Sunday.
Not a ton. I mean, it definitely was in that like top 20 Pokemon, but I think if we went back to that, I believe it was only, 30% win rate. So while it did see plenty of utility, the actual results weren't quite there. But something that did have some results is that Psyduck and Mr. Turtles taking that with the first pick.
Yeah, we saw them hovering the Blastoise, so they were considering it, but Psyduck is still going to get the priority. Regardless of the nerfs, they don't care. That duck is still absolutely ridiculous. And we have Sylveon being prioritized over here. Not surprised to see the Eldegoss priority, but I am a little bit surprised to see the Sylveon priority. I didn't think the buffs were going to do that much to it, but look at this. Definitely set up to be potentially a Mystical Fire build.
I kind of like it. I've always felt that Sylveon has been relatively a safe pick when it's good. Both builds offer two different types of playstyles, so you could kind of pick it early on and kind of adapt accordingly. But Purple Kevin, Pirate King, Hoopa, and Mimikyu hitting the Thea Sky.
Mimikyu, an interesting one that hasn't been touched. It's somehow evaded every single patch, and it's still really strong. So Seeing that picked is definitely not a surprise, but we do see the Aegislash come out on the opposite side, so that's pretty exciting. We kind of predicted Aegislash might make its way into matches tonight, and seeing it game 1.
Kersey locking in the sword. Grand Line, though, they're going to lock in their final 2 picks. Garchomp along with this Glaceon. Plenty of rip potential here for Grand Line. Micro and Cheese definitely going dive currently, but they're lining up this last pick, and it might be some sort of mage.
And it's Gardevoir. Wow, so Micro and Cheese actually going for a lot of the recently buffed choices. And Grand Line is kind of sticking with a previous composition before today's patch. So Micro definitely trying to adapt a little bit more here. Grand Line sticking to a composition that they know is very strong. But like you said, a lot of rip potential. Jamixity is known to be very prominent on the Garchomp. You have Purple Kevin, of course, on the Hoopa. What's interesting is the front line is going to be kind of shared by this Garchomp and the Psyduck. Psyduck we've seen played a little bit as a defender, but it's not as tanky as like a Slowbro or some other of the defenders that we see. So it will be interesting to see how they balance that.
It will be interesting. I also do like the Eldegoss pick. I always like Eldegoss because it is my one and only gold badge, but I really do think that the buffs to it feel pretty nice. Not this patch that happened last night, but the one that happened about 2 weeks prior. The changes to the plus moves make it the end game kind of stay up with things like Blissey.
Yeah, Eldegoss is another one that's just always been good. Like, a supporter is just always pretty good. If it can heal the team, and then Eldegoss also can do a ton of poke damage and slows with its basic attacks, like, still very, very strong, and now getting those plus moves early is just very valuable.
Gibble along with this Hoopa heading to the top lane. Slowpoke and this Eevee gonna maybe take the central air. Look at this weird split here from Micro and Cheese, really showing the Micro early.
Yeah, everybody in the central area to start out. You want to get as many level 4s as you can. Try to get that Sylveon online early. Really interesting strategy for pathing from Kersey here on the Aegislash. They will get that farm away from the Gibble, and they grab 2 stacks. Don't know if they're going to be able to get out. They will not be able to, but interesting choice, and they got 2 stacks early, so I think they can be pretty happy with that.
You gotta be pretty happy with 2 early stacks. However, you might give a little bit of pressure on your side. Look at this Gibble along with the Hoopa playing pretty forward. They're able to get 11 points in over Gossifleur, putting the A button down, holding it on this Hoopa. Hoopa's gonna have to utilize their eject, but here comes Mimikyu. They take out the Gossifleur. Great play here from Grand Line.
Wow, just back and forth there. Really thinking they were going to grab that Hoopa, not able to do it, and then also to pick up that Gossifleur. Kind of a little bit of a consolation KO. I'm sure they would have liked to have gotten one of the carries there instead of the little level 3 supporter, but just showing the presence of the play rough Mimikyu early really forces Micro and Cheese back into their own section.
Psyduck trying to hold the door down bottom. It looks like the Sylveon along with Slowbro were able to get a little bit of pressure on that side of the map, take some farm. Not only that, get some of their dunks on in. So not all's lost here for Micro and Cheese.
Sylveon is noticeably running the Hyper Voice build, which didn't get a change, but Calm Mind did get a change, which is interesting. I think that Hyper Voice is pretty good here, especially into something like Garchomp and Mimikyu. You're really going to be shredding down those Pokemon, making sure that the rest of your team can do a ton of damage. So far, the Sylveon is level 6, so they are doing really, really well.
I like how they're spacing it out right now, but look at this. Glaceon's gonna lock those Icicle Spears directly on its Eevee brethren, getting the KO there. Eldegoss in the top lane is able to take out the counterpart of that support. So Hoopa goes back, and Grand Line, they're pressing forward. They got a lot of pressure down here in the bottom path.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem with Sylveon that we saw. They were able to do a lot of shred damage with Hyper Voice, but they just don't have the range that something like Glaceon does. So Glaceon definitely outranging, everything, since it has Icicle Spear, can back up as far as it wants once it locks on. But I think that that's something that Micro and Cheese just has to keep a lookout for. Don't get too distracted by that Garchomp and Mimikyu up front, and just make sure that your Sylveon can continue doing that shred damage while also avoiding the Glaceon. And look at it again as I see it locking onto the Sylveon, almost fully taking it out there.
Yeah, they're going to need to get this Aegis Slash online as fast as possible, is Micro and Cheese. We do have both sets of Reggies spawning. It is a Regirock in this basement path. Slowbro going to try to press forward. Regirock starting to get chipped down by Micro and Cheese. Regilecki goes over to the Grand Line side. Everything goes down in the Hayfire. It is Psyduck taking Regirock.
That Surf got a damage nerf because I don't really see it. The Surf ending up taking that one. Grand Line secures both the top and bottom objective, and I think that the top objective was on the map for maybe 4 seconds because Garchomp and Mimikyu were up there absolutely shredding it. Really solid start for Grand Line.
Grand Line's looking fantastic. They're going to try to push this T1 pad. Mimikyu is able to get a couple. Looking for another. There's a 3-piece combo. Eldegoss next on the chopping block. That's a Quadra KO. Can they get the Penta? No, stolen by Glaceon, but nevertheless, Grand Line putting the foot on the gas right now. 207.70.
They're going to push a little bit more forward as well. Psyduck is there with the Psychic, and they will use the Unite move. Everybody goes back through the Hoopa portal, just enough to distract Micro and Cheese there, force them into the basement path to make sure that they don't have the time to start farming up, while Grand Line has full control over this map. Look at where everyone's positioned. They have goal zones up all over the place. They have a Hoopa hyperspace highway for available at any time. It can send you to any station on the map.
Gonna try to put a little bit more pressure. Just have a great presence on the map. I mean, you look at that mini map, Psyduck holding the bottom fort down, and then you have multiple members just kind of hovering, making sure they're playing a little bit forward, grabbing some vision, making sure Micro and Cheese doesn't advance on one of their goals. They're going to look to push here. Sylveon's going to try to chase down the Glaceon, force them back to the central area. No KS found.
I mean, look at the levels right now, though. Mimikyu at level 12 already, and we've just ticked into the second half of the match. Eldegoss doesn't even have a Unite move available yet, neither does Slowbro. So Micro and Cheese is going to have to start playing together, just work together as an entire group, and give up this top objective, which is exactly what they're doing. They're going for the full rip on this Regirock.
They're going to go ahead and do it. Regilecki goes down for the side of Grand Line, and Regirock taken by Micro and Cheese. So they finally find an objective to take for their own, able to put some defense and special defense in their pocket. So no real fights here. Hoopa does have a Unite move. They may elect to go ahead and push. We'll see if they're just grabbing some vision. Instead, they're just going to send themselves back through one of those hyperspace holes.
I mean, regardless of what Hoopa decides to do here, we are just seeing so much map control by Grand Line. Look, they're pushing into the bottom path where they know that not everyone can be there because they're too busy focusing on the top path. They will take down Eldegoss. They will take down Aegis Slash, Kyle.
Those are huge 2 KOs here from this Mimikyu, and they're just so squishy. They're looking to take on the Gardevoir as well. Almost able to. They pop the Fairy Singularity, but it's all for naught. Gardevoir still goes down. They're going to press on this T2 pad now. Micro and Cheese has some time to respond, and they do, taking 3 members down of their own.
Exactly what you want right now if you're Micro and Cheese. Able to grab 4 picks there, including the Mimikyu, which has a really, really long KO timer. It's a level 13 Pokemon, so now all of a sudden, since Eldegoss got that KO, they are...
Oh, man, they're looking to push on forward. Might have lost Husky here. Glaceon pushing forward. They're going to get a double KO for themselves. Going to press on forward. Hoopa's going to send the team up. I hear Husky a little bit, but I think we may have lost a little bit of connection. We'll see if we could get Husky back here in just a second. But
sorry, can you hear me?
Now I can. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Something just buffered out real quick, but we're back.
Buffer, I hardly know her.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. But yeah, I mean, Micro and Cheese has now got 4 level 12s. So they're not completely out of this yet, though they are behind in score. They can definitely make something happen here. They're going to go with the strategy of playing together as a group, going for this basement objective against just the Psyduck and Mimikyu. They have a pretty good shot.
It's a 3-for-3 Regirock combo in the bottom path. Gardevoir able to close that one out. That's going to be a pretty big objective. A nice buff here for Micro and Cheese going into this Rayquaza.
Yeah, we've got them moving toward the central area. Looks like still Grand Line is just going to have the positional advantage. And look at that. Hoopa just able to grab a couple
Perfect
points
timing,
in
too.
real quick. Really good timing. Yeah, they just
Yeah.
get flushed right through that hyperspace hole. But still, Grand Line has a really substantial score lead. So with 2 minutes left on the clock, it's up to Micro and Cheese to make the first move. And with Sida, look at the poke damage on that thing. They can just mess with everybody on the team. I mean, you have Aegislash up there on the top path. They could go for a flank, but Hoopa is watching. Just the positional advantage is still in the favor of Great Line.
Glaceon continuing to work those Icicle Spears, gonna get those stacks up so they can maximize that ability once they go in and try to utilize it. And they're gonna shred through this Slowbro, who's gonna forget all about the damage that just happened. Sylveon looking to throw that Hyper Voice on forward, but there's just kind of a lot of waiting here. No one's looking to engage just yet.
Slowbro's got to walk forward. Ooh. It looks like here's the engagement, Kyle.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we have all the Unite moves going up. Hoopa's gonna bring the team in, Rings Unbound, Garchomp goes down. I believe they got the Slowbro Unite, but Glaceon is doing work cleaning up the rest of the team. Surfs up for the Psyduck, and Micro Cheese, they're getting all the way back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, the Slowbro, unfortunately, just didn't really engage. It was just letting the Psyduck poke at it over and over again, and it took so much damage that by the time it did engage on the Garchomp, though they did get it, the Glaceon was so powerful at that point, just able to make sure that it was shredding through everybody else, that it didn't even matter. The Slowbro, though it has the Oblivious passive and Amnesia, it could not forget about the amount of damage coming in from that Glaceon.
It was just too much. Level 14, Mimikyu as well, doing a great job. Grand Line gonna try to get some more points on in. Mimikyu does go back to the Pokemon Center the hard way. Hoopa looking for another 15 points. Double it, make it 30, 490 to 113, and with 10 seconds, Grand Line, they are gonna be your game one winner in here in Winners Round 1.
So far, pre-patch, looking better than post-patch comp. So
far. Yeah.
But, I mean, we could see something different come out here. I think that Mimikyu was a problem, and I don't think the Snorlax ban is necessary. Unless there's, like, I actually don't, I'm not super familiar with what everybody plays on Grand Line.
I think Mr. Turtles
like,
plays it a decent amount.
I mean, unless Mr. Turtles is the most insane Snorlax player of all time, I feel like you want to prioritize banning out that Mimikyu, even with the amount of CC that was created with the Aegislash, with the Cotton Spore, with the Slowbro Surf, it just wasn't enough to really do anything to Pirate King on that Pokemon.
They looked fantastic. This Grand Line roster, Pirate King and Gem, former Zoltrack players. I don't know if this is a UCS team that they've put together, but definitely some players that have played together on different teams. I know Starlight and Mr. Turtles previously played with each other on Assurance, so Pirate King and Gem on Zoltrack. So teams that are mostly familiar with each other, kind of meshing here in Underdunk.
Yeah, I mean, we've got as well, look at these damage numbers. Starlight on the Glaceon, 74k. They just weren't touched. Hardly at all. Like, they couldn't do any damage to that Pokemon. They were just shredding through everybody. And on the opposite side, not a lot of damage done by Micro.
Yes, chef.
Because I don't know what's going on with my computer, but, you know, sometimes technology does not want.
Technology do be technologying from time to time.
It is having a problem still.
Oh, that's no fun.
Okay, time for the unplug and plug back in.
Yeah, have you, I was gonna say, plug it in, or unplug it, plug it back in, put it in rice.
Yeah, I'll put it in rice.
Blow on the cartridge.
No, we're good now.
Did I just date myself?
Blow on the cartridge? No. I know what that means.
Okay.
You're still old, but
I
know what that means.
Fair.
it's like I learned it from like the history books, you know?
Yeah.
And you
So
got
mean.
it from
Life experience.
and yeah, you got it from personal experience.
Yeah,
And I
kill
got
me
it from
now.
like
just kill
from,
me now.
Yeah, reading
Just
from like old
put me
science.
out back. Old Yeller me. It's over, chat. It's over.
Not the old Yeller reference. Now you're really dating yourself.
I know. That was the twofer. Grand Line winning game 1 here, winners round 1. We can Husky back. Got the camera working. It's all good now. What do you think Micro and Cheese needs to do to get back on track here in game 2?
They just focus a little bit harder on one strategy from the start. It really kind of seemed like they were doing a bunch of different things at once and they really couldn't figure out what their full game strategy was. They had a strategy for the early game. They all head into central area, look for some buffs, but it did not give them the advantage that they wanted. So they decided to play more together. And I think that came a little bit too late in the match. I think they just needed to, if they're behind, if they seem to be losing one path, just try to really overwhelm the other path instead and just go with that strategy. Because it seems like this team is a team that always seems to be playing from behind, and if they can learn a little bit better how to play from behind, they might have a chance in some of these later game fights. They kind of just wait for the other team to make a mistake. Grand Line did make a huge mistake, and it gave Micro and Cheese a chance, but they wouldn't have had a chance if they didn't make that mistake.
True. The other thing that I'm kind of thinking of is, like you called it out before, the Snorlax ban. If they're playing from behind, like Hoopa is not the character that you want to be playing from behind into. Like Hoopa's the type of Pokemon that really can help your team push that advantage because it's so hard to get those pads broken. And once that late game fight starts and Hoopa has all the pads up, it's just so hard to accomplish anything. So maybe for Micro and Cheese, either you think about banning or maybe even taking that Hoopa early on, knowing that Grand Line has a fantastic one.
Yeah, you could do that. The Hoopa seemed really, really strong. I mean, Hoopa is just something that's really strong. But another thing you could do is just go for a strategy of breaking pad early. Like, just send everybody to one path after the initial pathing phase. And just send everybody down to bot or everybody up to top and just try to break early. Because then it just forces Grand Line to reconsider the way that they have map control. And they won't be able to pressure as much. So there's plenty of strategies we can play around the Hoopa. We talked about it before. I forget who it was. It might have been Zoinks who was like, Hoopa's a really good Pokemon against teams that don't really know what to do with a Hoopa. And it seems like in some of these cases, that just kind of is what's happening. Like Hoopa just kind of skill diffs some teams.
True.
So it is worth banning if you're one of those teams. But if you have somebody on your side that can pick it away, then definitely do that because it is still strong regardless.
It's always strong. It's like one of those Pokemon that's just like regardless of how much they nerf it, just how the kit works with being able to set multiple members back to base for a full reset, teleport teams up and down, and then that Unite move can be so impactful. There's just so much good with the kit that they really have to nerf it into the ground to make it irrelevant. And so, I mean, if you have someone that can pick it, I say go for it. I think it's fantastic. I think the only thing that's not really good about Hoopa is like Trick Shadow Ball. I think Shadow Ball is not that great.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You can make it work. You can make it work as attacker jungler Hoopa that Flareon likes to play.
Flareon's tech.
But that's a don't try this at home moment, I feel like. You don't want to do that, but here we go. Draft for game number 2. Grand Line is up 1-0, so they will still have that first pick.
Alrighty, yeah, staying on that first side. Immediate look at the bans. Nothing coming through just yet. Lining up that Umbreon, though. I think that's always a fantastic first ban.
Yeah, it's always a safe one as well. You want to make sure that you banning. out the Umbreon, Blissey band on the opposite side, so still same band so far, but let's see what Micro and Cheese is going to do with this last band. We saw they did Snorlax previously. The question is, do they want to switch it up here to something that might be a little bit more prominent in this match? They will go... I don't
Wiggles.
think they meant to do that. I think
Well,
they panicked.
But little bit of Wiggles. I mean, they just didn't want the pink blobs on their screen.
Yeah. And Mr. Turtle's immediately going to lock in the Snorlax. So I guess there was that strategy previously with the Snorlax ban. They're going to lock that in. And that does give the option, though, for Micro and Cheese to go with this Psyduck, which it looks like they are hovering.
I still think Psyduck's good. I mean, we saw Grand Line pilot it just fantastically and even first picked it. So clearly some teams are going to still prioritize this thing. Quack, quack. 2 nerfed Pokemons on the map. Ninetales also getting in play.
Yeah, so Micro and Cheese has seemed to have abandoned the recently buffed Pokemon strategy in favor of going for the comfort picks, the Psyduck and the Alolan Ninetales. This does give Hoopa back to Grand Line, which we were just talking about as a really difficult Pokemon, it seems like, for Micro and Cheese to go up against. And instead of giving us the Goodra that we also desire, they last second switch back into the Mimikyu.
I mean, you kind of have to pick it. It was so good last game. Makes you think that it's going to be pretty scary this game, too. Micro and Cheese, they are electing to go for their tank now. The Trevenant, it didn't have a great win rate this past week. I think it was like in the 20s or low 30s. So we'll see how this thing goes.
I wonder if they're going to be playing Trevenant in that top path and going with something else in a supporter slot, kind of running Psyduck as a tank. That could be what happens. But on the opposite side, we see Grand Line locking in the Gardevoir Metagross.
That's kind of like the raid boss tech. Metagross, if it gets to that level 13 and even higher in that late game fight, that thing is just so scary to deal into. But I do like this play from Hyro here. Last pick, Venusaur. I think that plays very well into what Grand Line's doing. I assume that they are going to be going with that Venusaur build, so it's going to outrange Gardevoir, and then it really helps shut down Pirate King on that Greninja if it's able to throw those sludge, hit those beams, and really do some damage into those grouped up battles.
Yeah, I would like to see a Solar Beam here. Noticeably, the EXP share has made it to the attacker, Kyle. Alolan Ninetales is wearing this thing, so it looks like Alolan Ninetales is going to be playing your supporter, CC focus attacker role. So we're definitely going to be focusing on that here. Venusaur being the main mage damage dealer, making sure that it matches the range of Gardevoir on the opposite side, just doing a ton of burst damage with Solar Beams, has a secure option. I do like this strategy here from Micro and Cheese.
I loved that support style, or I guess EXP share attacker of the Alolan Ninetales so much. I tried it last night and I was like, this thing is pretty good still. Like, you could throw whatever items on it. Just having the Blizzard Avalanche seems very strong. Has a lot of crowd control with all those freezes. And even without an extra damage item on, still a ton of damage.
Yeah, you still do a ton of damage with it. I've played just solo queue EXP share A9 if we don't have one. I think that it's just super fun to have because you evolve early, do well for yourself, do a ton of damage, and you still get somebody else in your team up to a high level.
Central area clear. Once again, Micro and Cheese electing to kind of have multiple members in the central area to kind of get this faster clear going. Aegislash going to try to get some stacks in, take some of the central farm in this upper path. Going to get that 2 and go for a stack.
Yeah, Hoopa trying to block something from happening here, but they're just not able to. I mean, the best thing that they can do right now is try to stall out to wait for this Mimikyu to get some stacks of their own. Noticeably, they have sent Mimikyu to the top path and Metagross into the central area, so that Mimikyu really is going to be looking for some stacks.
Oh, 1 HP in a dream for this poor Aegislash that's still not evolved yet. So I'm just able to get back to base, get some shields, grab a berry, and back to full health.
3 members of Micro now moving up into the top path. So They are leaving 2 members bottom. Same thing for Grand Line. They're just going with a 3 versus 3 strategy for these 850s.
Little pickup basketball in the top lane, looking for these 850 birds. It's Matang able to clear a lot of them. Not only that, Mimikyu takes out the Psyduck. So good KO here, K opener for Grand Line.
Wow, Psyduck just absolutely blew up. And I mean, like you were saying, if this Metagross can get online and get to a high enough level, that is going to be absolutely ridiculous damage and a ton of shielding with no Umbreon to worry about stealing them. Here comes the Mimikyu again. Play Rough nearly takes out that little baby sword.
Play Rough is looking like the play here, especially with all the crowd control, especially that's going to come out from the Psyduck and the Alolan Ninetales. So I like that call from them. Hoopa staying forward, though. Grand Line, they are unrelenting right now.
Oh, Alolan Ninetales might have got their hands caught in the cookie jar.
Cookie jar mentioned.
Cookie jar mentioned. They do go down, but in the top path as well, Hoopa takes down Aegislash. Again, we're seeing this kind of slow start from Micro and Cheese.
Very slow indeed. A double KO from Hoopa. Matang is able to take out this Trevenant. Alolan Ninetales just left standing, wondering where the rest of the team went. Meanwhile, Grand Line gonna have full position for these 8-minute Altarias. It's just Hoopa. Matang might be able to get here in time to clear him out, though.
Yeah, they are not quite level 9. They've got a little bit to go here, but with a couple more pieces of farm, a couple more last hits, they will be able to tick into that. It's going to be really huge for this fight. Venusaur only just reached level 7, and there's the Solar Beam chunked down this Hoopa, but unfortunately their support, their Psyduck goes down as well.
We're gonna have another engagement here on the Doublade. It's Metagross, now fully evolved, taking that KO. Grand Line now looking to push in on this T1 pad. Big Gyro Ball. Unite move is out from Metagross. That's gonna force this Venusaur back to the Flux Zone on that T2 pad. Not able to get any points, though. I think it was just a quick 6-in.
Yeah, the Trevenant being down in the bottom path is not the play. They are the highest level on the team, and if the team's going to be getting into a fight, that Pokemon needs to be there. They are not going to win this fight in a secure battle against a Gardevoir and a Snorlax, and they absolutely will not do that.
We got Regieleki captured for Grand Line. We have Reg Ice captured down in the bottom path for Grand Line, so they're going to win both sides of the map. They're going to put their foot on the pedal, looking to take out this Alolan Ninetales. Unite move is out from Metagross. They don't find the KO, but they find the goal zone instead.
Alolan Ninetales is now going to be forced to back up, and Grand Line is actually going to push forward. They know the 2 members of Micro are up there dealing with that Regieleki, so they're going to want to make sure that they can push a little bit further. Look at the Snorlax block, pushing everybody out. I mean, they pushed them out of their Gardevoir's Unite move, but hey, it ends up working out.
Yeah, you find the KO there on that Alolan Ninetales. However, they're going to pay for it. Snorlax and Mimikyu both going down. Trevenant looking for a way in. Aegislash finds the Gardevoir in the back line, looking to take them down, able to close it out, but not before they take out this Trevenant.
An overextension on the part of Grand Line. Look at this Metagross getting chipped down. That's going to be a huge KO for them. Hoopa, though, comes out with the Rings Unbound, is looking to put some pressure back the other way on Micro. Here comes Mimikyu, Kyle.
Ooh, Psyduck going down in the fray. No objectives coming out just yet. I mean, I'm wondering about this the Hoopa Unite move there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a strange move to go with. I think they wanted to try to get that Metagross out since they were such a high level, but just a second too late there, and it was a big pick for Micro and Cheese. But, I mean, like I said before, they're just being split up all over the map, and they don't really know what to do with it. Having Tree in that bottom path early is not great, but Snorlax bought enough time here, even though they will go down. Look at where Grand Line's positioned. They are all over the map. They have full map control. And just now is Micro and Cheese starting to move down into this bottom path.
Hoopa does have vision on a few of them. They see that Micro and Cheese is in position for this basement Reggie. We're going to see if they try to transport this Mimikyu down, but it doesn't matter. Micro and Cheese, they're going to migrate towards this Regirock. Unite moves coming out. Alolan Ninetales and the Metagross both use theirs. Fairy Singularity hits the mark, and 3 members are down for Micro and Cheese. This might be Grand Line's time.
We do have still a Venusaur on the map. If Regirock could get leashed down before any secures can happen, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Venusaur does have a Unite move available, and they can use it, but now that Mimikyu has secured this Regieleki in the top path, they are going to have to be split up. Trevenant now tasked with this defense in this top death while Hoopa comes out with another Unite move and a double KO.
Look at that position of the Hoopa Unite move. That is the most aggressive move from that Hoopa. Fantastic plays here from Grand Line, and that's gonna, reward them with this basement Regirock. However, they do lose the Hoopa. That was a little bit forward there. I don't know though. Grand Line, they gotta be really happy with that.
They really love the decision from that Hoopa. They know that their Mimikyu is there and healthy. So even if they're going to go down, that's your support. That's supposed to be the lowest level on your team. And they were still able to get the Aegislash out of that exchange. Even if the Hoopa did overextend a little and end up going down, they secured a big time KO from that Aegislash. So I think ultimately that's a really good play. And look at how they just continue to position so aggressively with this Snorlax.
That's exactly what you want your defender to be doing right now. Continually grab vision on where the enemy opponent is on the map. And they do find like 4 members are in the bot path. So they know that they can maybe push some people down to the basement and make sure that these goals stay healthy. And look at the score line, 225-13 right now.
Yeah, and Snorlax looking for a 40 cap. They're not going to get it, but the amount of pressure that this Pokemon is putting on the field just gives the opportunity for everyone else to spread out. We see Metagross and Mimikyu hanging out in the enemy central area. Gardevoir has plenty of time to get some experience, reach that level 13 before Rayquaza in 30 seconds. I mean, they're just all over the map, and I don't think Micro and Cheese has been able to even make it past the very point Trevenant is at in this central area for the entire match.
They're looking to find some vision, but there's a lot of Pokemon in Grand Line that can really pick you out, and Mimikyu's been hunting them down. Aegislash gonna look for an engage, but they're gonna have to just peel backwards.
Yeah, some poke damage on both sides. We've got the Venusaur's Solar Beam able to come out and just do a little bit, but the difference here is no healer on Micro and Cheese, and the Hoopa can just send everybody right back to get healthy.
Solar Beam misses the mark a little bit. Aegislash looking to go on in. Metagross is going to compute and crush. Doesn't find the KO, but Aegislash is found by the Gardevoir. Unite move out from Hoopa. They're going to transport the rest of the team, but the fists are flying for this Hoopa. They take out 3 members of Micro and Cheese on the back of this Gardevoir, and just like that, Grand Line in full position, full control of this Rayquaza.
Micro and Cheese is just putting way too much emphasis on taking down one Pokemon, so they got the Metagross, but at what cost? You still have a Gardevoir and a Mimikyu that do a ton of damage, taking it out, but here comes Little Ninetales looking for
Ninetales gets it from downtown! Oh my gosh, they still need to get their points in, but what an incredible play by A9!
Did they eject button over the wall, and the Avalanche ends up getting that last tick of the Rayquaza? Now they still need a lot of points, and they have a Hyperspace Highway to defend. Let's see if Alola Ninetales can get their points, and they cannot! Their shield gets broken. No points have gone in for Micro and Cheese.
Fantastic response from Grand Line. They're a little bit of a panic button right now, but they just need to break some shields. I believe a majority of them are gone. Aegislash still sporting theirs, but Hoopa is trying to find them, making sure that these goal zones are protected. Both T1 pads are still up, so Aegislash needs to find their way, but they are found by the Mimikyu. Shadow tag right on them. They pop the wide guard, trying to get on in, but I think there's just too much damage. No, they doesn't break it! No scores here from Micro.
Point goes in even after Alola Ninetales secure. It does not matter. Grand Line did not panic. They made sure to take down every single shield on the map. Not a single point off that Rayquaza. What a finish from Grand Line.
Oh, Grand Line, they hold the line, hold the door. And what a fantastic finish. Micro and Cheese putting up their best effort. They take the Rayquaza, but lose the match. They could not get any scores in. 225-13 your final.
Win the battle, lose the war, as they say. That is the saying, right?
Yeah.
That's the saying? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I think they say.
But,
I think some people say.
Hero play there from Alola Ninetales to get that secure, but unfortunately just not able to convert on that, and you wouldn't expect them to with these stat lines. The support Alola Ninetales doing the most damage and having the most KOs on your team is not what you want to see at all. Meanwhile, on the side of Grand Line, they had KOs across the board, damage showing up. Look at this, Hoopa, 51,000 damage, the second most on the team, and out damaging almost everybody on the enemy team. Really great playing there from Grand Line.
Purple Kevin, I mean, while they were playing a supporter Pokemon, that thing had hands. I mean, you saw them popping that Unite move in very aggressive fashion, whether it was to really kick off a fight or even, flank the enemy team from behind. I mean, they popped it behind the Venusaur, enabling a huge secure on that Regirock. And yeah, fantastic plays all around. Grand Line absolutely deserved this win. 2-0. They're going to be moving on to round 2.
Yeah, and I'm kind of seeing now why the Snorlax ban was necessary, because that Snorlax just having so much map control, being able to fight 4 on its own without going down, and just providing enough distraction and positional advantage to Grand Line, that really was valuable for them. So maybe continue to ban Snorlax against this team. Perhaps I was wrong.
Fantastic shots all around. GG's to both of these teams, but we are going to be heading into a quick little break while we get the next matches set up. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a jiffy. Okay, maybe go somewhere, grab a drink, grab a snack, but either way, we'll be back in a sec.
Dodrio thrives when she's ahead of the competition, utilizing a hit-and-run style of gameplay to get in, deal damage, and get some knockouts on lower-level opponents before they have a chance to catch up. Once she learns either agility or jump kick at level 7, Dodrio gains even more tools to leave enemies in the dust. Agility allows Dodrio to quickly regain strength and sometimes while jump kick gives her the ability to dash up to enemies or obstacles. By consistently dipping in and out of fights, enemies are forced to switch their attention back and forth to Rio and Alex, which can cause discord and allow focus to the team. Once you make your objectives begin to spawn, time to down. Early game went well, either Rio's level 9 or Rio's Rio can upload damage to objectives and take down quickly, but it's also important to look out. Outrun your opponents with Dodrio's 3 heads and 2 feet to secure that number 1 for the team.
We're done stretching your legs and ready to head to the races. Head on over to the ASI Unite Battle. Check out your Unite license for Big thank you to our guest star, official Pokemon Unite Note that though Tackle is a dash ability, it cannot be used as an obstacle. Snorlax's second base ability is Rest. Snorlax takes a quick nap while holding for a small percentage of its max health for a few seconds. And he is quite a heavy sleeper. During this time, Snorlax prevents enemies from walking through a room and cannot be overlooked mid-game, by his trainer. When Snorlax reaches level 5, he gets Snowball to create a heavy slam for the player. Snorlax learns heavy slam. Snorlax throws his weight around, reaching to a designated location before slamming into the ground with enemies in the area take damage when thrown into the air for a quick moment. At level 11, the new upgrade does more damage than
Heavy Slam gives Snorlax the ability to inflict skirmishes or team battles from a distance, giving your allies an opening to deal damage. The ability to delay may make it difficult to land against some opponents, so players will want to try and predict their opponent's movements or use this ability with the tall grass to catch enemies off guard. The ability can also be used defensively to help protect your movements by hitting the opponents long enough for your allies to run away or finish them off. Be sure to aim Heavy Slam to try to get as many enemies in your area of effect as possible to maximize the move's effect.
Snorlax can instead learn how to throw damage with his movement. Snorlax psychs himself up for an extended duration, allowing a large person to gain movement speed for moderate duration and briefly stopping nearby enemies on transportation. During this time, Snorlax's phase attacks increase damage based on the percentage of his attack and max health, slowing enemies that are hit by them and also increasing the combination of his heart. Additionally, Flail does increasingly more damage for every time the enemy speeds missing. If he's gonna go down, he's gonna go down swinging. When the move upgrades to level 4, Flail does even more damage to your face and will additionally heal Snorlax to reduce the damage dealt, which is helpful.
Playing this situation ability gives Snorlax a pseudo all round by creating a crowd control and engagement potential for broad damage. However, because Flair requires Snorlax to stop moves and first damage, trainers may sometimes find it difficult to deal with agile opponents or those with movement. As a result, players best utilize your allies' already active abilities that allow you to catch and stick targets. Your role shifts to becoming a frontline threat that follows up with your allies, while demanding attention from the team.
When Snorlax reaches level 7, he puts his restful days behind him to learn one of his 2 hindrance abilities. When Snorlax learns Block, he creates and holds a wall against enemies the rest of his extended time, becoming unstoppable and gaining a large percentage of his max health. While the ability is Snorlax cannot change the direction he's facing and moves at a reduced speed until enemies that can be possible to knock back in their own territory. They come in contact with the backside of the wall, you will still be blocked from moving through. When the move upgrades to level 13, this ability can stun and knock down enemies more frequently than before, really keeping enemies between the block and knockback plays. Additionally, Snorlax gains a moderate boost to his defense and special defense.
Blocking and not dealing damage makes up for it with the shield you play. Block's primary purpose is to push back and keep opponents away from where they want to go. Keep opponents away from your allies' objectives, even their own goals. Block can be used to upgrade things in place for allies to capitalize on, or be used to focus towards your just be careful not to push your enemies into the field if they aren't ready. Block is most effective when players understand where their opponents want to go and tell them, "You shall not pass."
Snorlax can instead learn Snorlax yawns, taking out his last direction. All enemies hit by this enemies can be woken up.
What is going on? Pokemon Unite, Pokemoners. My name is Husky. And Kyle told me that I should lead us in this time, and I think he's regretting that every single time he tells me to do that. But my name is Husky. We're on Steel Agent Kyle's Steel Agent Twitch channel, and we just saw a 2-0 win from Grand Line Renegades against Micro and Cheese, but the night has only just begun. We've got plenty more incredible sets for you all this evening.
7Z Esports is going to be taking on the Pocket Rockets. So a little bit of an international clash here. 7Z Esports out of LATAM North, a consistent top finisher within their region. A couple of top 8s, I believe a couple top 4 or 2.
Top finisher, I hardly know her.
Jeez, you got no way, dude.
I'm so
Not when I was cooking.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
kind of
no.
Sorry. Look, it's only the second set of the night, and this is the point that I'm at already, so I apologize in advance.
Pocket Rockets, no slouches within their own respect. I was gonna say top finisher, but I feel like I can't anymore.
Okay, I've put it in the minds of our viewers, so they'll be thinking it if you do say it, but we won't say it anymore.
We won't say that anymore. We can't. They're watching.
They're
Who's they?
watching.
I don't know. They are the voices in my head. I don't know. Pocket Rockets, a very strong team in the North America scene. A couple grassroots tournaments under their belt. They've won a few underdunks themselves. Wanted to say it again. I was gonna say high placing team. There we go. A high placing team within the Indigo League as well.
Yeah. And they are coming off of their winners round 1 set where they 2-0'd Goofy Goobers, another pretty strong team. We actually saw them do pretty well in the qualifying round on Saturday. So Pocket Rockets taking them down very swiftly. That's definitely nothing to scoff at. This should be a really interesting match.
I haven't gotten to see a ton of 7Z Esports, but I'm very interested. Just knowing how a lot of the LATAM teams play. They play fast, they play furious, and they're very strong. We've seen a few teams. I mean, you think about like any Sus's team constantly playing here in the Underdunk tournament, so they always perform very well in them. I'm excited to see these two teams clash. I think this should be one of the better sets of the night. Pocket Rockets, they love playing odd comps, and I think that makes the game so exciting.
That just makes me wonder what they got out of this recent patch.
True.
Because they're just a team that does some weird stuff. So, like, some weird stuff happened in this patch, and I feel like that's kind of right up on Pocket Rocket's alley to come up with some interesting, weird stuff to pull out. So, if anything, you know, we could see them start to utilize some of these underused Pokemon. If any team's going to be pulling out Goodra, I feel like it's them. If any team is going to be looking for counters to the recently buffed Pokemon and playing all of that instead, I feel like it's going to be this team.
I agree. I think Pocket
You
Rockets
completely agree, though?
I'd probably say like around completely, probably like 95%.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
It's close enough. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to lie to you. It's
and I get that, and I do appreciate that. Like I appreciate that we have that kind of, we have that kind of caster relationship where we don't want to lie to each other about anything. So if you don't completely agree, just make sure that you're never telling me that you completely agree. It's really important to be on the same page about that. So I do appreciate it.
And it's, my camera's doing the thing. And it's important to the viewers too, right? Like I don't want to lie. I need to be my true self at all times.
Yeah, but he agrees enough.
Pocket Rockets.
Very different from what was happening on Sunday.
It's very different. This is very different.
We were so serious.
We were so
sorry, chat.
I felt it was like an out of body experience. I felt like I was.
Yeah, I was locked in. This is a different kind of locked in.
Different.
Yeah,
we're locked in.
Like hanging out, vibing, not saying anything of value. Feels like the old us, the true us.
The true, and sometimes that's just the way it is. Looks like I'm taking a look at from production. We are waiting for the Pocket Rockets to join the lobby. Maybe they're a little bit scared of this 7Z Esports team.
They're just not gonna join the lobby. Yeah, what? You scared? Is that what it is? No, they came off of a set, gotta regroup a little bit, but we'll begin this match up and running for you guys soon. But I think I want to talk about more about what we could potentially see in some of these competitive matches now that it's possible the meta has shifted. If it has, I don't think it's a ton,
Yeah.
but I think it's possible that we could be seeing some different stuff come out. And if we're going to be seeing different stuff come out, I feel like this is the set to watch.
It's gotta be. I still think that Blissey, I mean, we saw it banned both times in the previous match. I really don't think it's gonna see a lot of play. I think it's just gonna stay in that ban slot for probably the foreseeable future with how impactful that Unite move is. I really don't think it'll see any play today.
Yeah, and not because it's bad, but because it is banned instead. But we'll see what teams do
Ooh,
here.
good.
Looking toward the Mimikyu ban on 7Z's side, considering it here. It's always a good choice for a ban, I feel like.
Always a fantastic choice, and just like that, Falsoon does go ahead and just immediately locks the Blissey out of this category. So yeah, I really think that how the ban phase is going to go, if you're on the left side and you have that first pick, you're not going to ban Blissey because likely you're probably prioritizing it for that first slot.
Yeah, if it skates through by the grace of Arceus, then you're definitely first picking it. But one of the other Pokemon that seems to skate through quite a lot these days is the Psyduck, but it is still a great first pick option. Even with the nerfs, teams are proving that the Duck stays on top.
We've seen it picked early on in all 3 matches tonight, and look at this. A nerfed Pokemon on the side of 7Z and Pocket Rockets. They are picking 2 buffed Pokemon. Pooty taking the Aegislash, rocking it with the XP share. So when we talked about how Pocket Rockets likes to do interesting compositions, this is what we're talking about.
I hope that light bulb stays on that sword because I don't know if that's good, but that is so funny. On 7Z Esports, a little bit more traditional with where they're placing their light bulbs. They pick up the Eldegoss for the main supporter role, and they grab the Alolan Ninetales. So again, we did see a little bit of a nerf, but that is shaping up to be a Blizzard Avalanche build, so it might not matter, Kyle.
The light bulbs are on the unexpected, the Aegislash and the Zeraora for Pocket Rockets. However, while it may be unexpected for the average Pokemon Unite player, I've seen this team utilize both of those Pokemon and really look for an invade early on here for Pocket Rockets. They're going to look to put on a lot of pressure on 7Z Esports' central area.
Ooh, look at that. The Goodra has emerged from its nerfed state, has gotten a buff finally, and they are going to be joining this match. No light bulbs, so they are going to be a carry-focused Pokemon. And to round out Pocket Rocket's composition, we do have the Greninja.
Ooh, I kind of like this. I think Greninja is in a pretty good spot. Right now, they are rocking the attack weight along with the Cursed Bangle. I imagine we'll maybe see the more Water Shuriken build to kind of stay at arm's length distance away from things like this Alolan Ninetales. Make sure that Goodra doesn't pull you in. And I don't know if you can really stay away from this bear. Right now, it has that full heal, so it makes me think Water Bear.
Yeah, that's very possible. I mean, again, a recently buffed Pokemon, very strong, has a lot of dive. So that can kind of give the dive that the team comp of 7Z Esports is missing a little bit. You have Goodra, and then you have kind of 2 supports and Alolan Ninetales, so you're missing that dive. Throwing that Water Bear into the mix is definitely going to be really good. I think that picking Greninja into that is also really solid because if you can use the Water Shuriken build, you can still be doing damage at a distance, even if your team members are being slowed in the front line by Goodra.
You know, I'm really excited to see Goodra. Like, I think of all the Pokemon, I think that Goodra probably needed buffs the most. It's seen a few rounds of buffs in recent patches. But here we go. Game 1, winners round 2. It's the quarterfinals. We're going to have this Gossifleur along with this Goomy head to the top path.
I'm looking at the Goomy heading up to the top path and thinking about my position on defenders in the top path. I'm realizing that we haven't seen Blastoise yet, but
True.
and that's pretty noticeable that we haven't seen that Pokemon since it was used so much. But look at this, here comes an invade. They're going for it. They will get it. Pooty grabbing the red buff away, has the potion. Focus Band is popped, and they're gonna look to get away here.
Just like that, they're almost out of dodge. They're going to throw on that iron defense, maybe put a little bit of pressure, but just like that, they're disappearing like the ghost type that they are. Going to maybe grab a berry, maybe take an additional snack. They grab both, and they're trying to just stall out this timer. 7Z Esports might be able to take them down now.
Oh, yeah, they finally do go down. They did almost get that blue buff. I think that might have been a little bit of an int, but you did waste a lot of time. And it is that water bear now, but they are level 5, so not as much as they would have liked to have done. And here they come with the big surging strikes, just ripping through Zeraora.
Yeah, Pocket Rocket's got a ton of advantages in this top path, but this water bear is getting full amounts of revenge against them, just taking down one after another, and this is going to enable a central area invade of their own. They're going to look to maybe take the red buff, but Greninja able to take it themselves.
Unfortunately, letting this wet bear evolve was just not the play. The Aegislash had to back up there, but they didn't. Greninja is now down and only level 6, not quite level 7 yet, as these 8-minute birds are getting towards their spawn point in the central area. Look at this. Here comes Zeraora. They're looking for a little bit of an engage. Gets nothing. Alolan Ninetales is there with a double KO.
Ooh, that's ice cold, baby. Alolan Ninetales in the top path. They're going to get some scores on in. Goodra still a Sliggoo, able to get 25 in, and that's going to increase 7Z's Esports, their point lead here on the day. Combuskin able to get a nice 5, but they may be paying for it here. Water Bear once again going to take them down, but it's actually Alolan Ninetales that finishes the job.
The A9 just following this water bear around is going to be absolutely huge for 7Z Esports, because they can just set up some really interesting CC-focused plays with it, and I think that's kind of exactly what the strategy is. We've just seen this Alolan Ninetales making rotations with the water bear, and they've already picked up a good amount of KOs.
Eldegoss and Psyduck looking to push on forward. Psyduck's headache gauge is going to pop. Dooblade's able to take out the Sliggoo. They're going to press forward. Eldegoss might be getting sliced down. It's an Aegislash now. You got to watch out, but here comes Urshifu. They take out the Aegislash. They take out the Zeraora, and that's going to be it for now. They're going to peel to the Regieleki.
That's just so much damage. It's almost level 10 already. Just taking into level 8 is this Zashi, and they're going to try to contest it. Looking for a secure here. It is Alolan Ninetales to get it once again, seeing them just shadowing that Urshifu. And you think you've dealt with the Urshifu, the Alolan Ninetales is there to pick up the pieces.
They pick up that piece in the top path. Regieleki going to start walking its way to this T1 pad. I think it's just going to end up breaking unless this Psyduck's able to get their points in. They are unable to. So not the greatest overcap. Blaziken was able to take out that basement Reggie. Not only that, but they take out the Sliggoo. They get some points in. Maybe looking for another stack. They find it. They find 2 stacks in the end.
So far, Sliggoo just not doing it. They are not able to evolve here. Looking for this Urshifu, but Zeraora is too low a level. They are only level 7. Immediately made quick work of by that Urshifu, but the Blaziken comes in with a big overheat.
That was pretty big there for Pocket Rockets. That's going to enable them to maybe push on forward. Psyduck's going to pop that full power Sai, but the full power is just getting sent back to the Pokemon Center. Greninja makes quick work of the rest of that. Goodra has finally evolved. They're going to push on in, getting sliced down by Aegislash. Eldegoss taking them down. They're going to press on forward. They find the Blaziken. Goodra's looking for the KO. Goop, there it is. They take out the chicken.
No way. Was that the joke?
Yeah. No.
That was the joke? That's crazy. I would never have seen that coming. That's insane. Goop, there it is crazy. Can we get some goop, there it is in the chat? Anyway, Goodra now level 10 after being level locked at 7 just moments ago. But still, Pocket Rocket's able to come back here. They are going to get some points in and actually take the score lead.
Not bad there. They might have been able to get that 15 point from Aegislash, but they elect to just go ahead, not risk it, get the full dunk in, and that is a 5-point lead. It's not much, but halfway through this match, Pocket Rockets finally seeing some daylight. Levels looking pretty decent, though. This Greninja has silently creeped into level 12.
level 13 now. They
Yeah.
just kicked into it. And I mean, though the Zeraora and the Aegislash look like they're low level, they are wearing the light bulbs. So they're right where they need to be. At level 9, comfortably sitting with some Unite moves. And now, suddenly, after a really rough early game, Pocket Rockets has taken a pretty decent lead.
Ooh, A9 once again finds this Greninja. Greninja Water Burst Shuriken is able to not get anything. I thought for sure that was going to secure it, but 7Z Esports, they're putting their foot on the gas. They're pushing towards this T2. Regieleki marching down the line. It's just this Blaziken looking to hold the door, but here comes the cavalry. Zacian has entered the fray. Sovereign Sword is out. They slice through, but 7Z Esports is unrelenting, looking to continue to push forward. Psyduck able to take a 2 KO streak, and Regieleki is in. 3 members down. Goal zone down. 7Z Esports, they are coming out ahead.
Wow, the way that I watched that Zeraora walk in and get instantly bursted to quarter of their health from full, absolutely ridiculous. Even with a bit of a level lead going into that, they're just too squishy. Keep in mind, this is a team made up of 3 all-rounders, 3 all-rounders, 1 speedster, and 1 attacker. This is not a bulky team comp. And if you're going up against that Goopa, you're going up against that Urshifu with a lot of shielding, the Psyduck with a ton of CC, you can literally get surfed a single time and then bursted immediately before you can even get a move out. So that's just what happens with a team comp like this.
Urshifu looking to try to combat this sword. He's just going to have to try to slice away, but there's no use running away from the Urshifu. They will hunt you down, and able to do just that. So big KO there. Level 14 for them. Level 13s on a couple of the other carries for 17.
Yeah, 14 on Greninja, 14 on Urshifu. So they're definitely keeping in line here on Pocket Rockets with 7Z Esports' levels. But now 7Z has creeped into a very substantial score lead, over 100 points. And now making their way towards the top.
Hey.
Pocket Rockets does get some points in. They will break Tier 1 a little bit late, but that gives them the opportunity to go for this Regieleki.
Not a massive overcap, but that does buy them a little bit of space to maybe even get this Regieleki, maybe push it towards the T2 and give them, maybe even edge them a little closer to the point lead. But it doesn't matter. Psychic is out. Psyduck is able to take away the Regieleki. It's actually Alolan Ninetales that closes out. Greninja down. We have the rest of Pocket Rockets trying to go, but they're getting caught in some ice on the way, and Husky 4 members are down. 7Z Esports in full position here.
Again, seeing that the team who pulls the trigger is the team who gets the advantage in the final fight, but we do have the Aegislash with a Unite move, potentially looking for a secure here. They are not going to be able to get it. The entire team of 7Z Esports pivots onto them immediately, Kyle.
Yeah, pretty quick work of that for 7Z. They had a huge point lead. Regieleki even walks on in for good measure. So I don't think that even if they lost the Rayquaza, I still think that 7Z Esports probably able to walk away with the win. But they are able to close it out. They're going to get some points in here, and this is all but over. 7Z Esports taking game number 1, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 1:20 left, but 7Z really just decided to go for those Unite moves a little bit late. There was like 2:19 on the clock when they ripped the Sai. And I mean, I feel like that's what we've been saying. Like, we saw it in the tournament. You rip your Unite moves a little bit early. They have the bigger KO timer since it's toward the end of the match, and you just have full positioning at Ray. Even if you don't take it, you have a huge advantage in that final fight.
Huge advantage that they had, huge advantage they took advantage of. They take the win in game 1. 706-190 is going to be your final after a GG. And look at this. Look at these KO numbers, Husky. 15 from Urshifu, and Eldegoss putting on the assist clinic.
Maybe they did actually break Water Bear again, or maybe
yeah, maybe
this player is like really good at Urshifu, but I hate Water Bear. That being said, it did look really, really good. 15 KOs, 13 assists. It was just dominating the entire game. It's one of those Pokemon that, like, you want to rip the fight a little bit early because the more it is isolated into the single pit that Rayquaza is in, the less it's able to do. But with so much control in the paths and so much opportunity to really spread out and isolate opponents, then Urshifu, I think, really, really excels. So it was even better in that situation for 7Z to go ahead and rip that fight early. So really good playing from them, almost 80,000 damage from that Urshifu. I feel like that's something that they're going to want to pick up again.
I liked the push there on that Regieleki that gave them a pretty significant point lead, but it gave them so much space, and I really did like the decision for Pocket Rockets to go ahead and break that T1 goal pad, even though it was like only like a 1 or 2 point overdunk. Unfortunately for them, like you said, like we've been talking about, teams at that 7 or the 220 mark, you need to be ready to pull your Unite move trigger. It's just, we've seen it time and time again. 7Z Esports, they were ready to invest everything that they had into it, and I think Pocket Rockets, they needed to do the same there.
What the meta has turned into, and it's a weird one, I feel like, because we have to unlearn everything that we've been taught about this game, but like, I feel like that's what it's turned into. Rip your Unite moves early. Throw them at 220, gain the advantage for the fight. If you're up there in the top path looking for Regieleki or down there in the bottom path looking for a basement Reggie right before Ray spawns, that is likely going to be the fight. And whoever wins that fight is 9 times out of 10 going to win the match. So I feel like the team that catches on to that idea first is the team that has the advantage.
We're just going to start seeing these Unite moves like start throwing
Just
at like
creeping back and
245, and then they're gonna be like, hey, this might be too early. They're already back. There's probably like a fine line in there somewhere of like,
well, you gotta balance the KO timers that the enemy team is likely to be on, because later in the match the KO timers increase, but still they increase with if you're doing better. So you have to kind of gauge how long the KO timers are going to be, because I think you could push it back to like 230 if the timers are going to be long enough, but you don't want to go back that far if the timers are, you know, math and stuff.
And I think that's probably like the last bit, because even if the Rayquaza is not up by the time that fight's over, you can get in full position for Rayquaza. You can set up some big ambushes so you can really catch, 1 or 2 players off guard, and we'll see how this kind of evolves over the next few weeks. Obviously, we have in 2 weeks already, we're going to have the February Cup. So starting the month off right is going to be the February Cup. But Game 2, starting off right, Mimikyu and Blissey once again.
Yep, same bans so far. New game, same story. I wonder if we will see the Miraidon ban again come out from 7Z Esports. It looks like that is what's going to happen. They're going to lock it in. I feel like the only variation that we may see would come here, and it does. They decide to ban out the Alolan Ninetales.
I don't mind that at all. I mean, you saw how well 7Z Esports was able to pilot it. However, that does enable them to go ahead and pick the duck up in that first slot once again.
Yep. Quack, quack. I hope that, what was the other ban previously? Was it Umbreon? I forget.
Umbreon,
yeah, it was Umbreon. So they do pick up the Umbreon. 7Z opts to first pick the Psyduck instead of grabbing that Umbreon away. So it does give Pocket Rockets the Umbreon. And going with a more traditional composition, so far, I see a light bulb on the correct Pokemon. So far, so good. They will also grab that Zacian.
Zacian, very strong. Received some buffs, as we talked about in the pre-show. Seen it a couple times. It didn't quite work out for Pocket Rockets, but it still seemed to perform decently, all things considered. 7Z Esports going to grab that Hoopa along with the Inteleon, so double support here.
Yeah, they're switching it up, so they could have definitely just gone with the same composition, but instead, 7Z is going to switch it up. They pull out a Teleon, they grab Hoopa, and Pocket Rockets fall soon, immediately locks in that Sableye, and Cranberry looking to likely go for that Blaziken again.
Locked and loaded is that Blaziken. We'll see if they're going to be going to the top lane, or if they'll be taking that central area for Pocket Rockets. 7Z Esports, they're going to have some rip now. They do pick up that Glaceon. I think that's one thing that a lot of teams are making sure that they have in their back pocket is a Pokemon that can just shred through those objectives because, like we talked about, if they find themselves in a position where they take the fight before Rayquaza, you have something in your pocket so that you could go ahead and just take Rayquaza down yourself.
Yeah, you've got a rocket in there, that's for sure. But Goop, there it is! Making its way back onto the 7Z Esports composition, rounding it out with that Glaceon Goodra, and Pocket Rockets gonna round it out with the Ceruledge pick.
Ceruledge, fantastic. Received a little bit of buffs in the previous patch about 2 weeks ago, and starting to see play again. And there was kind of a little bit of a moment where we stopped seeing it, but I don't know if it's any of the buffs that it received, but I don't think that it ever has been in a bad spot. That Pokemon has just been fantastic just because of the utility of the kit.
Yeah, it didn't need buffs.
No.
But it got them, and it's brought it back into prominence. Luckily, not super broken as it was before, where it was being banned all the time, but it's still something that teams can bring out in situations like this, where they can do a lot. They can have this kind of dive option with Phantom Force, and they just have some more options for the team. I like this more traditional style composition from Pocket Rockets, though the EXP share Aegislash and EXP share Zeraora is quite fun. I just don't think it can really do too much against the Goopy because it's just too tanky. It's slowing them too much. They were just getting bursted down.
Triple all-rounder for Pocket Rockets this time. So you have the Blaziken, you have the Zacian, and then you round that out with that final pick. I'm really excited to see how they could kind of come back here from 7Z Esports. It's going to be tough. I think the Ceruledge might be the secret sauce. Well, time will tell. Game number 2, Psyduck, Sobble heading to the bottom pack.
Yeah, the sauce is quite secret, been passed down for generations, so it would be interesting to see that secret sauce actually make its way here. But here we go, the traditional Pocket Rockets double invade. Sableye Umbreon heading into the central area.
Ooh, the Sableye looking to steal away some of the buffs, unable to do so. Hoopa does take it for themselves. We do have Sableye just hovering around, might be able to grab that. No, another great secure here. Not a notorious good secure tool is that Glaceon Eevee, but able to do so. Coming clutch.
Yeah, this time 7Z Esports was ready for it. Umbreon actually going down here, and Glaceon is not bothered at all by that central area invasion. They have gotten their level 4. They have their Icicle Spears available to lock right onto this Zacian here, but we do see a Ceruledge at level 5 comfortably able to grab their central area.
Hoopa's Focus Band does proc right there, so it's going to heal them up. They will not have it for these 850 birds. Sableye going to put a little bit of a fear stun, but the only fear that they are feeling is the one in the back of the Pokemon Center as they head back there. This 4-person push for Pocket Rocks has not panned out here early on.
Yeah, it's interesting because 7Z left 2 members down into this bottom path and they were still able to come out on top. And I think a lot of the power of that is because Goodra, even when it's a baby little tiny eeny goomy, is still so strong early. And look at that finally the invade pans out for Pocket Rock.
Foul Play is able to take away that red buff, and now they're going to apply that red buff onto the Glaceon. So Glaceon's going to have to be forced back to their pad just to grab a little bit of healing to make sure they don't get KO'd by that Umbreon, who's just hunting and harassing them in their own central path. And Glaceon just hasn't been able to get anything done right yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the level 1 invade you have to watch out for. It's everything after that. And if you send Glaceon in there by themselves, and look, they have no help right now. Umbreon is just harassing them over and over again. Finally, Psyduck is looking for some vision for them. But if you keep letting that happen, then Pocket Rockets is going to continue.
And that they continue, they do. They find another KO. This time it's Hoopa. And Umbreon is able to steal away a berry, not one, but both berries from 7Z Esports. They might pay for it because the rest of the cavalry has arrived at the top path. But Combuskin finally evolved, taken away that bottom path. And Pocket Rockets, they're going to be on their heels here while 7Z Esports looking to push this T1. Glaceon locks on, Zacian locks down. They go back to the Pokemon Center.
I've just been watching this Goodra's health, and it just does not seem to be losing enough health at all to be able to go down. And I don't know if Pocket Rockets has an answer to this. Even now, Umbreon just walked up to it. It took 0 damage, and the snipe shots are hitting from 7Z Esports. They can't do anything against this.
I kind of love this composition right now from 7Z. That Goodra frontline and Inteleon just able to hold the snipe shots for free. Great timing there. They find the secure. They find a couple KOs. Regieleki marching towards this T1 pad. Are they going to be able to break it beforehand? It looks like they are. Now that's going to go towards that T2.
Pocket Rockets doesn't get nothing out of it, though. They grab the Regirock in the bottom path. That's the only thing they're likely to be putting in their handbag at the moment because they are down quite a lot of points, and 7Z Esports has pivoted onto the Tier 1 goal zone.
These snipe shots are hitting the mark. Fantastic job from them. Revenant Ren, though, is going to clean it up. Triple KO. Looking for a fourth, and Glaceon is inevitable. They go back to the Pokemon Center. That's a quadra KO for Ceruledge.
Now, can they go in and look for that fifth with the Goodra? It looks like they will just let them head back to base instead with the Sableye Unite move, and they will be able to break that bottom goal zone. So 168 now to 109, though Pocket Rockets is at a bit of a score disadvantage. They have kind of made it up here in this mid-game, which it seems like that's where this team tends to shine. They get off to a little bit of a rough start early, but they kind of start coming back into their own in the mid-game.
Goodra finds this Umbreon who's trying to get another 9 points on in. Ceruledge does find the Psyduck. Psyduck pops their Unite move. Gonna try to throw that Psychic on the Blaziken, pull them in. But here comes the rest of 7Z Esports. Umbreon goes down. That's gonna force Pocket Rockets scattering back to pads.
The Goodra, bro. Why was it living for so long? It just stood there menacingly and took a ton of damage. And look at that. Even the Zacian will end up going down to the Icicle Spear. Psyduck on the return. Pocket Rockets isn't done yet.
30 points goes in for the Sableye. They might be paying for it. Those basic attacks crit. And there's a shotgun shot from this snipe shot. Not a long range, but they just used it as fast as they could to take out that Sableye. Able to do so. Regieleki has spawned in this top path. It's going to put some Icicle Spears onto this Umbreon. Regieleki going to start to get hit. Umbreon's going to snarl, try to get to the back line. They pop their Unite move. They find the KO. Glaceon goes down. Regieleki is dangerously low. Inteleon's going to try to take down the Ceruledge. They do, but they can't get the secure. And Pocket Rockets takes it.
Really, really good call there from Pocket Rockets to dive that Glaceon. They did lose two because the Goodra targeted the Ceruledge right there, so they made sure that they were too slow to be able to also dive into the back line, but smart move from the Sableye and the Blaziken for doing so. It was really the only way they end up winning that fight, but even still, Glaceon comes back with a vengeance. Zacian down again. That's
like the third time Glaceon has been able to take them down, so they're kind of hanging around there with their levels. They just hit into their level 12. We're going to see if Pocket Rockets is going to be able to take advantage. It looks like they are going to. It is a Registeel in this basement path as the objective of choice.
3 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock, and we have a 168 to 169 score. So pretty nice from Pocket Rockets to earn that score, just 1 point above 7Z Esports, but it seems like the KO advantage is definitely in favor of 7Z. As I say that, though, Umbreon able to find the Glaceon, and now Pocket Rockets making sure that this game continues to go back and forth. There is not a serious level differential.
Not at all. This has been a very close match so far. Sableye looking for a sneaky score. Going to grab a nice little 10-point dunk. That's going to increase their lead. Not a ton, but it does get the job done. Another 5 going on in, leaving this T1 goal zone at 5. They were looking for another one, but they go down in the hayfire.
They wanted to break it, but that would have been, as they say in the competitive Pokemon Unite scene, bad math, I believe. That is the phrase. But they still would like to have broken it. It's a little bit late in the match. Hoopa doing the Hoopa annoying thing, heading back to base. And now 7Z Esports does not have the score lead that they had in the first match. So they definitely are going to be looking for a little bit more of a fight, potentially looking to send this Regieleki walking toward that tier 2.
Psyduck might have been found from 3 members of the Pocket Rocket. Make it 4. Ceruledge looking to hunt them in. And that is going to find a KO. Is the Ceruledge. Regieleki, though, gets found from 7Z. That is going to march towards that T2.
Pocket Rockets decided to prioritize that KO there, picking up the Psyduck and just letting the Regieleki go. I think they realized that it would have been really dangerous to go for the fight up top, so they just grab the pick where they can and set up in the pit, looking for some poke damage now. Blaziken with that Focus Blast, just hitting some little balls of fire on the enemy team. And look at Sableye just on the complete opposite side.
Yeah, just kind of pestering Inteleon, making sure that they're not able to really fully feel confident in their snipe shots. We do have some points kind of going around. Snipe shot once again hits the mark on that Blaziken. Goodra hanging out in the tall grass where they love to be. Glaceon trying to find the Icicle Spears on, but unable to shred through Pocket Rockets.
Wow, nobody going down yet. We've had a lot of poking happening, but no one has fully been willing to go for that fight. Goodra was fighting Umbreon in the top path. They were looking for a potential score to capitalize on that Regieleki, but they were able to.
Ooh.
Look at that big catch. Ceruledge goes down.
Huge snipe shot there, and Goodra able to clean that up. That's going to force Pocket Rockets into the Ray Pit. Surfs up from Psyduck. Unite move pop from Glaceon, but they are going to get shredded by the ice from this Glaceon. Rayquaza at half, looking for some more points on in. Is going to be this Hoopa. They utilize their Unite move, and 7Z Esports is in full position. Pocket Rockets can't respond. They're all back to the Pokemon Center. 7Z looking to take this set.
They just couldn't get in. They were pushed out so hard right there that they were able to just let this Glaceon walk around with the Icicle Spears and rip it. And keep in mind, they also had an Inteleon that could have secured at any time. However, we do see that this Goodra got unfortunately sent back to base. But still, 526 to 190 here. I think that the Goodra getting sent back to base was just a small price to pay.
Might have been for the best, honestly, if you're 7Z Esports, because Sableye was then able to steal like 5 points away from Glaceon, and Glaceon scored 90, and then Psyduck came in, scored 100, so get that double cap. So don't think it really mattered in the grand scheme of things, but 7Z Esports taking this set 2-0. Pocket Rockets definitely had a chance in that one, though.
Yeah, we have 7Z Esports from LATAM coming out on top here. 12 KOs there. Oof. From that Glaceon, really proving that they are indeed a top finisher in that region.
Hardly know it.
Yeah, exactly. Pocket Rockets definitely looked better in that second match, but still just not enough to come back against 7Z. They were looking really, really strong, playing really well around each other, and I mean, the Goodra was really strong.
It was. I feel like the buffs on Goodra, at least in these two matches that we saw it play in this set, it looked really strong with something that can hang out in the back line like the Inteleon. I mean, you saw time and time again Inteleon just kind of playing those snipe shots off of the Goodra. Throw a snipe shot where Goodra is engaging, chunks them down, Goodra closes the door, and because it has such great sustain, it worked really well for them.
Yeah, it did end up working really well. I am surprised that they didn't bring the Urshifu back in the second match because it was so strong, but I guess the Goodra was the actual power here. Look at it. 51,000 damage and the most healing on the team. I guess Hoopa was really the tank there because they tanked a ton of damage, but the Goodra just being able to stand in the midst of the entire enemy team, pop a Unite move and not go anywhere, even knowing that there's an Umbreon on the opposite team that could steal the shields and it still has that much sustain. It's just really strong.
Very close match throughout. Won by the Rayquaza secure from 7Z Esports, but before that, they were able to really put the pressure, force Pocket Rockets outside of the Ray Pit. And they just had so much pressure with the Glaceon Icicle Spears, they were able to kind of shred through the Rayquaza, rip it down really low. And you have fantastic secure ability from Inteleon. Pocket Rockets just unable to respond there. 7Z Esports might be a team to beat in this tournament tonight.
Yeah, they are going to move forward to face B4U, who 2-0'd Ignorance in the winners quarterfinals. Wow. So that's where they're going to be headed. And then so far in the winners quarterfinals, Kiss Kiss is up 1-0 over Grand Line Renegades. And the winner of that will be playing AMG, who took down United Hashiras 2-0. And that's what we will be seeing next.
Alrighty, folks, but don't go anywhere. Maybe, okay. Go use the restroom, go get a snack and a drink. I gotta tell
Go
them
keep
that,
this
right?
girl.
Yeah, yeah, that too. We'll see you after a very quick little break. We're gonna get these next matches set up. Have fun, friends. We'll see you on the other side.
More than to rest in the warm rays of the sun. They've come to the Aos Island arenas to grace you with their elegance and put down the competition with their razor sharp blades. Welcome to the Pokemon Unite character spotlight featuring Leafeon and Pokemon. Leafeon begins. Why would Razor Leaf, he fires out a fan of razor-sharp leaves that stick to the ground, which automatically return to him moments later. While the leaves are planted, Leafeon gains a boost in movement speed, so he can adjust where the leaves will return to. Razor Leaf deals damage each time the leaves pass through any enemies, dealing bonus damage on their return if they've been left out for a certain period of time. Trainers can reactivate the ability after it has been used to recall the leaves before its automatic return. Additionally, if enemies are hit by all of the leaves as they are shot out or recalled, Leafeon is briefly granted a shield. When the ability upgrades on level 10, Leafeon is granted an even larger shield and a perfect fit with Razor Leaf. Leafeon uses Solar Blade when his chlorophyll gauge is full. He immediately brings the blade down, dealing maximum possible damage and drastically reducing the chlorophyll movement. Additionally, Solar Blade
chlorophyll bar makes Leafeon a fantastic one, able to exert his presence effectively across the map. Swiftly move from one fight to another to give your team numbers advantage in all their skirmishes.
If Leafeon instead studies the leaf blade, he dashes in a designated direction, slashes his razor sharp and moves in the area to take damage and take increased damage in a slow, moderate duration of therapy alone. Additionally, Leaf Blade charges a chlorophyll gauge for every hit you can get with a Pokemon allowing you to damage advantage effect of the chlorophyll gauge. The ability to level up
And welcome back in, Pokemon Unite trainers. And just like that, we are back. Underdunk number 46 here on my channel, the Steelist of Agents channel. And we have Kiss Kiss and AMG, two powerhouse teams going up in this next match.
Yeah, that'd be a really fun one. Maybe the most high-level match of the. I feel like Kiss Kiss definitely the favorites in this tournament tonight. They were in top 8 just this previous tournament this
Yeah.
weekend, and they performed very, very well. So definitely a favorite here. And AMG taking down United Hoshers with a swift 2-0 victory. This is going to be a good match.
Yeah, AMG took down United Hashiras, and Hashiras took down Ignorance, which is a very strong team in their own regard. So excited to see how this matchup plays out. Kiss Kiss, though, I mean, if anything is a sign, it's, how can Celestial play Tinkaton? They played that Pokemon on Sunday.
How
they
can we
played
put
it.
Celestial on Tinkaton?
Yeah,
That
please.
is the only strategy.
I just want to see it. I want to see more of it. He looked very good on it. I'm like, I don't know. I want to see more Tinkaton play.
Yeah, I think it's very important that we have at least one Tinkaton enjoyer in the competitive scene because I really think it's very strong, but it's just one of those other all-rounders with a weak early game that doesn't necessarily make up for it as hard in the late game as some of the other weak early game Pokemon like Urshifu or the other Urshifu, for example.
The Urshifu or the other Urshifu. Yes. We'll see. I mean, yeah, I really agree with it. Tinkaton is surprisingly weak. If you're able to, I wouldn't say int, but in a way, kind of int for those hammer stacks early on.
You are able to int, which I think many people in the Pokemon Unite player base are able to do very well. If there's one skill the Pokemon Unite player base has mastered, I would go as far as to say it's inting early game.
You gotta int strategically, though. You gotta make sure that when you are inting as Tinkaton or Tinkatink, you gotta make sure that you're using your abilities and your boosted basic attacks to ensure that you are hitting the opposing Pokemon, not the wild spawn Pokemon, the opposing Pokemon with those attacks to build up that hammer stack, because you want to get those 60 stacks as fast as possible because it boosts your attack, and then your span of how wide you're able to cast that Gigatan Hammer, which is usually the most picked move set, makes it a big circle. Huge. Even.
Yeah, and we know about circles in Pokemon Unite. The more circles on your team, the better you're projected to do. So with a circle that's even bigger as time goes on, as you're able to build up more of those hammer stacks, then that's exactly what you want. Tinkaton's a really cool Pokemon, and I would like to see more teams pick it up, but so far Kiss Kiss is kind of the only team that has done it. And I would like to see it, but there are still a lot of better picks in the current meta that I also wouldn't be surprised to see on either of these teams. We've seen a few in the previous couple matches coming out. Would love to see some Goodra again. It looked pretty good. I'm sure we could see Water Bear come back out. It was looking pretty solid. A lot of other all-rounder picks that tend to outshine Tinkaton.
And I love that's what Kiss Kiss kind of does. They like to experiment with things that not a lot of teams play. I mean, last time on Underdunk, along with this past weekend, we saw Oblivion utilize Ho-Oh, and there's not really a ton of Ho-Oh representation, at least within the North America scene. So seeing a little bit of that, we saw them play a little bit of Tyranitar as well, in both Saturday and Sunday.
Funny Room.
Yeah, Trick Room Mimikyu. Yeah, that too.
Yeah, Funny Room was also brought out, which is usually not the Mimikyu play. Usually teams will prioritize going Shadow Sneak because it gives a lot of dive, but I think the utility of Trick Room can also be very valuable if you know how to play it well, and that's kind of what we have seen with Kiss Kiss. They have some interesting picks, but they know how to play them well enough that they can be used in these actual high-level matches, and so that's why they're such an exciting team to watch.
They're really exciting. They fell a little bit short, if I'm not mistaken. They got taken down by Nemesis this past Sunday in that top 8, Nemesis ended up being that top 3 team.
Yeah, but
here
it was
we go.
A 3-game set.
Yeah, it was an exciting one. Kiss Kiss. Oh, and look at this, Husky. They've picked up Machizzle.
Oh, okay. So they've got Machizzle for the night, at least for the night. I don't know if forever, but Kiss Kiss is gonna take the first ban. They're gonna ban out this Absol, which we haven't seen picked or banned yet today, but it's possible that that's what AMG wants to run with. So Kiss Kiss gonna take it out.
Absol, Umbreon, Psyduck, Blissey, your bans for game number 1. Blissey has not seen any representation in the pick side, but has a 100% ban rate this tournament, at least in on-screen matches.
Yeah, I fear Blissey is kind of the permaban of the current meta now that the patch has happened. Unsurprising to see it banned so consistently. Kiss Kiss will grab the first pick of Hoopa. Really strong first pick, obviously, but this is the first time we're going to be seeing Miraidon show up on screen tonight. It's the first time it hasn't been banned out, so Bat's going to be grabbing that Pokemon.
Freaking Bats. Love Halloween. Miraidon, that
So
first pick
true.
for them. I also love the JL pick. I mean, anytime you can have JL on Hoopa, I think it's a good time. So grabbing in the first spot, it's very safe. Oblivion taking the Mimikyu, so maybe look out for a Trick Room play here in Dispenza. Grabbing that Pikachu.
Yeah, I mean, Dispense on the Pikachu, definitely something that's very strong, and oh my god!
I noticed it
It's
before
here.
you did.
It's here! Meowscarada has entered the battle. She has been picked. Thank you to AMG in advance. I will now be rooting for you exclusively. And I will be very biased moving forward.
Meow.
What? Anyway,
It was a meow?
Blastoise is also picked up here on AMG, and it looks like Kiss Kiss wants to round out their composition with the Bora one-trick Gengar, which Celestial
Oh.
kindly pointed out to me in the chat that Bora is a Gengar one-trick. So we are seeing the Gengar coming out, and we are seeing the Oblivion Mimikyu, which I can only imagine will be funny room build, and Machisel rounding out with a Buzzwole.
I like this. It's starting to shape up a little bit interesting. You know, kind of the Pikachu's a pseudo defender, at least with how it's slotted. Maybe you see the Volt Tackle build along with the Electro Ball to ensure that Parasite doesn't, dive on you with that Meowscarada. Maybe even to some extent that Sairledge who's looking to kind of get through that front line, get to that back line to the squishier targets. But Kiss Kiss. Gonna be on the offensive here.
I can only imagine we would see a Flower Trick Meowscarada, but the build looks like it could go either way with what they have on right now. You could see a Night Slash Trailblaze, you could see a Flower Trick. I like the burst from Flower Trick, especially because it doesn't look like there's a ton of secure options on AMG's side, but then again, I guess the only secure option really on Kiss Kiss is that potential Electro Ball, so kind of just brawly team compositions here from both sides.
Buzzwole, it received some buffs, not in this past patch, but in, I believe it was maybe one patch ago. And it's starting to kind of creep back into the ranked ladder along, I believe it was that Blastoise patch where it got buffed as well. We've seen a lot more of it. Hasn't really had a consistent amount of play within the competitive scene, but we're starting to see sprinkles of it here and there. And honestly, I kind of like it. It's got a decent early game, but it tends to fall off a little bit on the late game side towards the Rayquaza. So look for Machisel to really put the pressure on early.
Yeah, another thing to point out is that even with this Meowscarada pick, Gengar's kind of good into it. I mean, Meow is a speedster that does traditionally play pretty well into other speedsters, but Gengar is something that if it does hit it, it counters it pretty well. So I would like to see Double Team come out here just to provide some more versatility for that Pokemon, but as expected, Meow is in the central area, and Ghastly's in the opposite central area, the way that Arceus intended when he created this game.
Arceus did create Pokemon Unite, not Timmy or Tencent. Production has informed me in the top path, the Sairledge is titled Alvaro in the game. However, that is Wrecker from EU, so a very strong player, known for that Absol, kind of probably why that Absol got banned.
Wonder if that is why that Absol got banned there. They don't want to face that Pokemon. Makes a lot of sense here. Gengar is level 5 and has a noticeably strong early gank. That is a Hex Gengar as well.
Yeah. See if there are any full heals on anybody. I couldn't remember if there was, but either way, Kiss Kiss able to just make quick work of that Altaria family in that top path. Mimikyu, though, going to press forward on this basement path. I believe that's a Shadow Claw. Electro Ball out, hits the Squirtle, but that's going to force AMG back to the path.
Yeah, one of the really strong advantages of Gengar is in the early game, it has really strong advantage compared to Meowscarada, who is in the opposite central area right now. They're dealing with Gengar's central area since they don't seem to want it, while Gengar is dealing with their team.
Yeah, Gengar looking fantastic. Gonna get that Hex reset once. It is an Electro Drift Miraidon, very low. Dispensa's gonna eject for it, gonna find it in the front line, in that central area. Great play there by Dispensa.
Yeah, I mean, they are just kind of switching sides, basically. Gengar's handling the Meowscarada's central area. Meow is handling the Gengar's central area. They will both get out here, both level 7s, and it is Flower Trick double team. They will pick up a Pikachu KO.
Ooh, yeah, Pikachu goes down. No KOs found on the side of Kiss just yet in this current engagement. Miraidon gonna try to continually put the pressure on, utilize those Electro Drifts, maybe secure some farm. And this street style Hollowware for this Gengar, I'm kind of liking it.
Yeah, the pay-to-win Hollowware. Let's see if it works for Kiss here. Hoopa is able to send the Mimikyu back. They are level 7, and it is indeed that Trick Room build. Miraidon will go down, forcing AMG to back up.
More engaged from this Haunter. Doesn't get the reset there on the Hex, so they're going to be forced to at least stall out some of the time. They find the War Turtle. Once that reset comes through, they do get chunked down. That they are going to put a little bit of pressure on this Registeel. I don't know if AMG is just aware. Meowscarada does see it. Pikachu does use a Volt Tackle. Electro Ball there. Floral Flourish out from the Meowscarada. They take out Pikachu. They're going to get maybe the Registeel, but no. It's closed out there by Kiss.
Yeah, no Unite move quite yet on that Mimikyu, so they will be able to, the Meowscarada at least, will be able to fight them a little bit, but it does not matter. They will go down because the Mimikyu did have a full heal. They were able to make sure that they were not slowed there at all. Now, Hoopa, though, getting very low, trying to run away from AMG.
They're going to try to. They're going to hold out that Phantom Force. Unable to do so. They get found out by that Miraidon. Miraidon going to clean up more of that wild Pokemon experience on their side of the map. Machisel looking fantastic, though. A little bit away from the fight, but they've ramped up. They're already level 10.
Level 10 and not stopping anytime soon. I mean, you have the level 7 on the Hoopa and Pikachu, but if your carries are strong, that's kind of where you want to be. And look how fast this Regieleki got ripped down. Gengar making quick work of that with the Buzzwole. That's going to be headed towards the AMG Tier 2.
And not only that, there's no full heals on the side of AMG, so they have nothing to cleanse that combination that Gengar's looking to put out. They're looking to press forward, Unite move, Phantom Ambush. Look at that Hollowware work. They're going to hunt down the Miraidon. They get a reset. They don't get the KO. Miraidon's able to dash away. They pop their Unite move, mostly for the defense here. Gengar almost getting reset, but no, the last bit of the Meteor Storm able to take them out. Miraidon still trying to keep this Buzzwole at bay. Buzzwole pushing forward. They're able to take them out. Regieleki walks in and Kiss finds a ton of points, but this Sarilege finds a revenge KO.
It was a big Floral Flourish there from the Meowscarada, and what I noticed was they got the Flower Trick on top of the Mimikyu right before they went down to the Buzzwole. But the Mimikyu waited at just the right time to make sure that they could score so that when the Flower Trick popped, it wouldn't KO them. So that was just a really good game knowledge piece there that I noticed from Oblivion, just making sure they knew when the Flower Trick was likely to pop and they would probably go down. So you don't want to let that happen. Score the 40. They still do go down, but they get the 40 in.
Registeel once again in this basement path, 258-0, looking to put on a little bit of pressure as AMG. They do get found out. Meowscarada just gets wiped and dusted from the Thea Sky Runes. Kiss making quick work of the Registeel, and that is a nice objective for them.
They're going to push forward now. Electro Drift comes down, but now that puts Miraidon out of position, and Kiss is ready for it. They're going to look for another Electro Drift back the other way, but here comes the Mimikyu Unite move. They are looking to play with that Miraidon, but the Meowscarada plays with them in return. Here comes Buzzwole. Super Swole Slam does take out the Blastoise, but there is only one KO for each squad right now. Gengar, though, does go down on Kiss.
The Chisel looking to combination this Eldegoss. They find it. Triple KO for them. Meowscarada, however, able to close that out. A little bit of revenge for them as Machizel tried to get some points in. Unable to do so. Pikachu finds a Ceruledge. Meowscarada still pushing forward on this T1 pad. Blastoise gonna surf away, try to get back to safety. Pikachu looking to hunt down. However, Meowscarada is able to finish the job there. Meowscarada also taking out the Gengar. Blastoise gonna surf once again, looking for the Hoopa. Hoopa's gonna try to eject. They can't run away. Eldegoss takes the KO there, and AMG able to get some points in.
Getting some points in. They were shut out for so long and now finally starting to come back. They have a level 14 now on that Meowscarada, and that energy amp has been working on that Pokemon. They are able to get 3 Unite moves out so far. Now look at this Regieleki getting down very low. It is the Buzzwole to take it. Unfortunately, the Ceruledge going down there. That's a big loss for AMG.
Yeah, Ceruledge, level 11 though, so they probably need to pump some experience in there. I mean, how are you feeling about this right now? However, Gengar. Oh my gosh, Gengar looking fantastic, but how are you feeling about the Ceruledge?
If I'm AMG, I'm thinking that Ceruledge needs to get some farm out. Blastoise goes down again. Kiss Kiss only going to extend their score lead while they have so many Pokemon having to work on this Regieleki. They really should just be sending Ceruledge to try to get some farm and keep this Meowscarada dealing with that objective. But right now, 2:10 on the clock. Kiss Kiss has the positional advantage. Eldegoss does find the Hoopa, but all 4 members of Kiss Kiss are about to charge it.
Oh, they're gonna converge on the Eldegoss. Pikachu finds the KO, so Dispenza opens up the Rayquaza fight with the KO. Meowscarada double team, just there to kind of get some vision, to get maybe found out in the central area of Kiss Kiss. Gengar looking to Sludge Bomb, misses, doesn't get the resets on Hex. Machizel able to find the Blastoise. Blastoise gonna surf back to safety.
Yeah, nobody goes down quite yet. Meow's doing a good job balancing the double teams so far, but Kiss Kiss still definitely has the advantage. They are circling around the pit. They have the positional forwardness, and AMG is a little bit on their back foot here, just kind of circling around the top, and Eldegoss gets caught out again.
Machizel able to take out the Eldegoss. Ceruledge finds an engagement. Revenant Rend is out. No KOs found just yet. Here we go. All Unite moves are found. Hoopa finds a great reset. Pikachu heading back to the Pokemon Center. Meowscarada looking to engage on the Gengar. Flower Trick is out. Doesn't get the KO though. Miraidon falling down in the fray.
He just gets to back up. Unfortunately, Gengar will go down to the Ceruledge there, but the Ceruledge caught immediately, and same with the Miraidon. Now they are back, but here comes the Rings Unbound, Kyle. This could be it. Eldegoss has a Cotton Cloud crash, but there's nobody around to benefit from it, and now that the Rings Unbound are out, and not enough members of AMG are on the field, this might be it.
They just don't have anything right now. Yeah, 2 members are down for each squad, but AMG is so far behind right now. They do find a nice little 38-point cap right there. Unfortunately, Mimikyu finds them. Oblivion making quick work of the Miraidon. Still over 150 points down, 15 seconds. This looks like it's going to be all Kiss Kiss in game 1.
Yeah, it's left and not enough time on the clock. And then when it gets to that final fight, you realize without Ceruledge just getting into the pit, you really don't have enough rip on Rayquaza to win the fight and go for the rip, or just grab a couple KOs here and there and then try to take Ray. Or there's just such a team fight oriented composition that if you don't force that team fight and win, there's just not really a way to end up beating this team that has a score lead going into this fight.
331, 153 going to be your final here as Kiss Kiss is able to take game number 1 away from AMG. Look at these KO numbers. Not only that, Husky, but the assist numbers. JL popping in 14 apples. No leftovers. Assists.
Yeah.
Where are the leftovers? Where are the leftovers?
Bring leftovers, honestly. But yeah, Meowscarada did their best to carry there. 12 KOs from them. Just really strong Pokemon, but unfortunately, it's one of those Pokemon that you just can't win completely on your own, even with that amount of damage, the most in the match. It looked really solid, popping Unite moves left and right, but unfortunately, just not enough to do it here. I would like to see it again because that's my thing. But Kiss Kiss just played so well together the entire match, very coordinated, and they know exactly what to do with a team comp that AMG brought.
They just stalled out that Ray fight perfectly, and that's well, Ray isn't always gonna win you the games, and even if they had lost the Rayquaza, they were probably perfectly content just fighting AMG time and time again. You just stall it out, you get that huge point lead, which they got off to relatively early. They kind of kept their foot on the gas. They broke that T2 pad. So they looked really good throughout, and no full heals, bore a reach on that Gengar. Like, the sludge bombs were working.
Yeah, no full heals is big. I don't know if they thought that it would be a Hex Gengar,
True.
and that's why we didn't see any full heals coming out here. But I mean, unfortunately, we just saw Ceruledge get taken down so many times that they were not able to make the impact. I feel like that's a Pokemon we were talking about is really strong, but it's also a Pokemon that needs experience and attention. And if you're funneling all your experience elsewhere, it can be really difficult for Ceruledge to make that impact, especially in that last fight.
Favorite thing on ladder right now is if I do see a Hex Gengar. There's one match I was playing Venusaur. I think it was playing Petal Giga. So you were in full heal on it, right? Gengar threw a sludge bomb and goes in for the engage, just full heal, and then it's just standing there like John Travolta. Like, I can't,
Yeah.
I can't, I can't do anything now. I'm just a bad dead ghost. So it's so fun. But yeah, when you're able to get those resets, it is pretty free for Gengar. So it looks pretty nice. I don't know if they're gonna. Do you think they break out that Gengar again?
Well, my insider information, which is Celestial, who has been unfortunately kicked off of the team,
Oh
um,
man.
has said that Bora is indeed a Gengar one trick.
Okay.
So we might be seeing it again. I feel like they're up one, kind of a why not, but I don't know if AMG would let that work twice.
Yeah, Celestial got internet diffed. I saw in chat. Very
No.
unfortunate.
He got kicked off the team brutally.
Okay. Someone like what is it, like DDoS or whatever? Just pumping like data into the internet so he can't join the team again. That's an intense way of kicking someone off the team.
Yeah, exactly. Very strategic, involves a lot of programming experience as well. So I don't know who on the team has that type of experience, but could be anybody.
A good like, hey, you can't play with us tonight would probably suffice. Didn't have to go to that extreme. Um,
Yeah.
and don't fact check us. Like,
Yeah, I mean competitive Unite is a brutal world. So it's really
dog eat dog.
serious and it really is just the most intense skill expressive game that exists. So that's kind of what we see, a lot of really intense decisions, especially in the North America region. We haven't quite seen the roster mania that we will expect from this region. Unite trying to limit it this year, but come on, I know NA can outdo themselves.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we'll see. I'm excited. I mean, we talked about it while we're waiting for the teams to give the ready checks and goes before this next set, or not next set, next match. We've seen three different winners here in North America. We saw OJ win a cup. Well, maybe not a cup. They won the AOS Play-Ons for our region. We saw Nemesis win a cup. We saw Luminosity win the cup this past weekend. What other teams? I mean, do you think that a team like Kiss Kiss, do you think maybe T3, like what other teams do you think can really put some pressure on these other three top front runners?
I think they definitely could, the teams you mentioned. It's just a matter of finding the composition that works for you and catching the top teams on an off day, getting in their heads. Like, honestly, some of it's a mental game, and these teams have the skill to be able to pull it off. But when you're thinking about teams like Luminosity who've played together for years, and compared to some of these newer formulated teams with experienced players, but without experience playing together, it's definitely an uphill battle for those teams. But since they've caught up well so fast into the top 8, and have played and won against some of these top teams previously, I think it's definitely in the cards, and I would love to see some things shake up a little more.
I feel like it's gotta happen, right? Like you can't just have these same three teams. I mean, EU's kind of, run by nouns at this point. I mean, 3 straight wins for them. North America is kind of wide open. I mean, Luminosity obviously won this previous one, has been in the grand finals of each of them. Orange Juicer has been in 2 of 3, and then I believe they're 3rd place in the one that they weren't in the top 2. I mean, those 2 teams definitely there. Nemesis has been top 2 and 3. We'll see. I think there are a lot of teams. I think T3's got to be close. They've definitely had more close calls than some of the other squads. But, I mean, this Kiss Kiss team, I mean, they're previously Zephyr, so they have a few, top finishes. Don't. Don't do it.
Yes, continue.
No, I'm not.
But yeah, they're very strong. They've definitely proven to be very strong, even for a newly formulated team. I mean, same with T3. Nemesis obviously got up there, but Nemesis is such a volatile team. I don't even know if I can, be all in on Nemesis because, they are so back and forth. They look so good sometimes, and they just don't look that great other times. They have their games, they have their off games. But I do appreciate the competition that's happening in the NA region. I don't know if they're the best region necessarily, but I really enjoy the competition because I find it to be kind of boring that EU has the same exact winner all the time and uses the exact same Pokemon, and I think that NA just has a little bit more variability, which has been definitely a fun thing to watch. Oh, got a mister.
A mister, look at him! He's
it?
right behind the Umbreon. Does he ever knock the Umbreon off the bed?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
He's a cat. Of course he does.
He's a cat, of course he is. We got a game. We got a draft. We're gonna have a little bit of a side switch here. AMG now gonna have option to take your first Pokemon. Not only that, but they're gonna have the option to ban the first Pokemon. And they're lining up the duck. Sad Quaxon, chat.
Yeah, so interestingly, Kiss Kiss has opted to go with the left or the right side. So the second pick, and they ban out the Meowscarada, which is interesting. They don't want them to have that Pokemon again. Wow, what a target ban. What a compliment.
I mean, it definitely worked that previous game, and they said that they're a one-trick pony in chat, so maybe they just want to keep them off their game. Umbreon, that first pick, JL and Machizel taking that Absol for themselves. Not only that, but they are keeping it away from AMG.
And yeah, AMG respect bans the Gengar right back. So interestingly, the teams are just trying to counter the opposite layers instead of the meta, which is what you see more in these high level matches, which is something I find really fun. You go instead for players versus the meta itself. Still, we see the Blissey ban, obviously, but Absol coming out on Kiss Kiss to take it away from Wrecker is big. They will be forced into grabbing that Miraidon.
Wrecker, yeah, the Miraidon. I really imagine that they'll be going more of that Electro Drift build. Probably fits more into their playstyle, unless maybe you see a swap between some of these players. But look at this, Boreach breaking out the Tyranitar. Once again, we saw them play that this weekend, but I don't know. There may be something to it.
I don't know. I think it's fine. It could be fine. We see the Scyther coming out there for Parasite. They got banned out of the Meowscarada. They just go for an opposite Speedster. We see the Ho-Oh coming back out, which I haven't loved, but, maybe they could prove me wrong here as they round out the composition with a Decidueye.
Attack weight on the Ho-Oh too, so gonna be stacking that attack weight. Getting their attack stat up as much as possible with each score up to 6. Resonant Guard as well, gonna give some team heal or team shields over to the squad of Kiss Kiss. And that last pick there, we have that Decidueye. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. It's a lot of range, but AMG, they're going to have a lot of dive on their side. I imagine we'll see a Scyther and then that Electro Drift right on.
I mean, now we kind of know that Scyther's job is to get Owl. Get him.
Hunt Owl.
Get him and to squeeze him. We are going Owl hunting in this match if you're that Scyther. While on the opposite side, Absol is going to be doing the same thing. They are going to want to go for that Gardevoir over and over again.
Gardevoir, Decidueye, watch out. Watch your backs. There's going to be a lot of targeting you in these fights, so make sure to stay behind your tankier brethren to try to stay safe. I'll be interested to see how Oblivion takes this Ho-Oh. I would imagine it's going to be a Fire Spin to help maybe with additional protection from their team, but time will tell.
Yeah, I think it's a question of who is going to better protect their backliner. Is it going to be this Ho-Oh or is it going to be this Slowbro? And we are about to find out here as AMG takes them a ride on into the top path.
Larvitar heading to the bot path, looking to grab an early stack and should be able to accomplish that task relatively easily and uncontested by AMG. Hoopa looking for a little bit of an invade here. Larvitar able to steal away some of that experience away from AMG and get another stack. Ho-Oh gonna be pestering the squad here, and they're gonna try to steal away some of that XP from AMG as well.
Wow, off to a great start here.
Yeah.
And with Hoopa getting a little bit of harassing done. Ho-Oh, that 3 stacks that they're already able to secure early. That is absolutely huge. And here comes, speaking of absolutely, here comes the Absol themselves at level 5.
Well done. I'm proud of you on that one. That was
Thank
pretty
you,
good.
thank you.
Yeah.
All of my brain cells went into that moment, so chat better appreciate that one.
Appreciate Husky, chat, or else bans will be coming. 850
Yeah,
birds spawning in the bottom path where both teams are looking to engage. Absol going to be going down, and then Scyther, the speedster counterpart, able to go down as well. Ho-Oh pressing forward. It is a flamethrower. They're pressing on. Slowpoke unable to get anything done. Oh, Pupitar tried to go in for a little bit of a stack. Instead, finds the back of the Pokemon Center.
4 into the bottom path is definitely an interesting call for Kiss Kiss, but they do have the Hoopa, so they do have the versatility to do so. And Dispenza still not reaching a high enough level yet. I imagine they will switch into the jungle after Absol reaches their breakpoints here, because Decidueye definitely a Pokemon that needs a lot of experience. It needs to grab that level 7, and it's not even level 6 yet, but they will grab that Umbreon KO.
Not only that, but there's a little bit of a revenge. AMG able to take out the Ho-Oh. Absol getting surfed up by the Slowbro, but they are able to close them out, and living on 1 HP in a dream, they find a Hoopa portal to reset.
Umbreon almost got there too. If it wasn't for those meddling kids, they will not be able to grab that KO there. That was absolutely huge for them. But look at that. Absol comes back, makes it through a miracle Hoopa portal, and is already on half health. Has to take one again. That's just what Absol is all about, baby.
Just diving in, diving out, put your left foot in, take your left Absol out.
Yeah, exactly.
Shake it all down.
Exactly, yeah.
Do the Absol pokey, and yeah, you get it. You get the joke.
Yeah. Pokey with the Spirit Shackle, or turn yourself around because you don't want to get hit by Sableye ult. That's what it's all about.
Celestial is going to do a little bit of bullying. Or not Celestial. Oblivion doing a little bit of bullying on the Slowbro.
We wish it was Celestial.
Celestial, yeah. Internet diffed once again. Pupitar able to take out the Slowbro, and Scyther are going to make their way to the basement path where Regirock is waiting. However, Absol sees what Scyther's doing, pops the Unite move, takes it for themselves, gets the KO on Scyther.
Yeah, they're like, see, we banned out your one-trick Meowscarada. You're nothing now. We can handle that. Interestingly, the Scyther is a sword stance, so a little bit more burst instead of the versatility of double team, so a little bit interesting. I would have... not double team, what is it? Double hit? I would have expected to see double hit, especially into Decidueye, but that is not what we have seen.
Decidueye gonna hold their B button down, now gonna Spirit Shackle, able to take the Regieleki. That's gonna move towards this T1 pad. They're gonna pop their Unite move, gonna push forward. Is this Ho-Oh T-Tar looking to do some damage, but it's Gardevoir that takes them down. They pop the Fairy Singularity, but it pulls in the Regieleki.
Yeah, T-Tar was just a distraction, it seems like,
It's a
because
ruse.
they did end up getting it in, and Absol has to go for a Unite move to try to avoid the Brave Future Meteor Storm. They will. A little bit of a wasted Unite move, but not for naught there. Decidueye able to take down Miraidon, looking for Umbreon as well, and Kiss again with that early game.
This Decidueye is looking pretty good. They're staying relatively safe right now. They're already level 10. You have a huge front line engaged. I mean, Oblivion's doing exactly what you want this Ho-Oh to be doing.
Exactly what you want to be doing right now. Moving forward, exactly the way they're supposed to be doing it. We do have a level 10 Tyranitar here, but no Unite move quite yet. It seems like all the experience has been funneled over into this Absol. Look at the Decidueye as well. But Hoopa goes down there to Slowbro.
Feels bad, man. Slowbro able to take the KO there. Green Illusion dive, looking to hunt down this Tyranitar. T-Tar, though, flips you into a reverse card. Able to take them down. Miraidon closes them out, though. Ho-Oh reviving them with their Unite move. Gonna look to take down the Miraidon. T-Tar back from the Pokemon Center. Able to make quick work of them, but they're going right back to where they came from. They couldn't get their Unite move out.
Dodge of the, what was it? They dodged the Electro Drift there with the iframes of the Revival Unite move. So able to make sure that the Miraidon definitely goes down there. Another good micro play. And it looks like Kiss will freely grab this Regirock in the bottom path. And now might be moving up into the top side to look for a Regieleki.
Regieleki has hit. Hoopa bringing the team. Rings are unbound. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's Decidueye's Unite move. They get a KO. They find some picks there. Kiss once again putting their foot on the gas. Umbreon the next to fall. Hoopa, they are going to continue to put the pressure on this Gardevoir. Push them in with that nice little Phantom Force. They're going to retreat. Sobro was hunting them down, looking for a Surf Engage. Unable to find it.
About the Regieleki. Instead, the really aggressive Unite move there from Hoopa, and it looks like Kiss is still trying to be aggressive in the enemy central area. Big Unite move there for Tyranitar. Popped, and here comes the Midnight Slash from Absol doing the same thing. Slowbro will go down, and they're just kind of hanging out in the enemy central area.
Oh, Sand Tomb from T-Tar Sandstorm. Unable to pull that Gardevoir in as close as they wanted. Gardevoir able to escape from near catastrophe. So far, though, Kiss 230 to AMG's 11 points. It's been all Kiss here.
Yeah, all Kiss, and no miss for them as of late. 230 to 11, winning by a lot of points, and usually points is what ends up getting you the win. If you have more points at the end of the game, most of the time, you win the game.
Ooh, Miraidon looking to hunt down T-Tar. T-Tar just pops on their pad and then just gives him a swift rock to the face. Takes Miraidon back to the Pokemon Center, and that's going to enable Kiss to take the Regieleki, put a little bit more pressure on AMG, and they're going to be able to take a lot of the experience off their own side of the map.
Yeah, Kiss just pushing them out so hard right now. They're just all over their own central area, taking like every single objective. AMG hasn't been able to catch a break or a few points here. Look at that, still being aggressive, not even letting them position themselves into the pit.
Not even a little bit. They take the Regieleki, they take the Regirock. 15 seconds until Rayquaza, and they have a massive advantage.
15 seconds left, and moving forward, Tyranitar tries to catch this Umbreon out with a Sand Tomb, and you'd think that this would be a little bit too aggressive a position, but when you're this far ahead, you don't need to worry about that. We have a level 14 Absol, and aggressive, going for the full rip, knock, going for it, taking it down, but it is Tyranitar to get it. AMG couldn't even get in. The rip was called, and it was successful.
Less than 8 seconds from Rayquaza's spawn until when it went down. Kiss, full send. They said, GG, we go next round. They're going to take this one 2-0. Pending anything wild? Nope, nothing wild. That's the GG. Kiss, moving forward to your winner's final.
I mean, good call to rip there, honestly. The call was like, AMG is nowhere near the pit, Slowbro's in the top, and Scyther can't even get down with what we've planned for them because they've got a knock out. We've got a Tyranitar with a Unite move. That thing is going to go down well before they can even get in, and they were correct. There was a very, very slight chance that AMG takes that, but I think at that point, even if they got that secure on the opposite side, they're down so much and they were going to take too much damage where I feel like all their shields break anyway.
Dispenza, 9 KOs, 11 assists. Machisel and Borareach also getting deeply into the mix with those stats. And not only that, but look at this damage. 71k from Dispenza, but I'm not even looking at the damage dealt. Look how much AMG was able to do on Dispenza on that Decidueye. 7k taken, barely sneezed on.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about at the beginning of the match, it's going to be a competition of can your Gardevoir be protected or can my Decidueye be protected? And we indeed saw the Decidueye was not touched as opposed to the Gardevoir, which was indeed touched a little bit. Did go down a few times there. So I think that was the play, kind of forcing Wrecker off that Absol and continuing with it. I mean, I guess the Ho-Oh ended up working out. It looked pretty good here.
It looked fantastic. I mean, it's just so tanky. It's able to regenerate itself. It's able to revive the team. If the team wants to do just like a bunch of damage on the opposing side as a way to start the fight, knowing that you can just take that Ho-Oh to revive them. So they played that thing to perfection. Not a lot of teams are utilizing Ho-Oh, but Kiss Kiss continues to shine with it. I'm liking what they're doing with it. They've got the trifecta of Regirocks in the handbag. 3 of them, all of the objectives essentially going over to Kiss Kiss.
I like the call to rip there because I feel like the rip and flip is something that's just kind of like, it's still good, but it's not the meta. The meta is still to win a fight. You don't want to leave it up to a secure. So I feel like when teams pull out the grip it and rip it, it's something that the other team often doesn't expect. So it always takes them by surprise. And so I like to see that come out sometimes.
Fantastic stuff. Kiss Kiss, moving on to your winners semifinals. AMG, they're not done, at least not just yet. They will be going down to that lower bracket where it is a best of one, so they will have a little bit of work to do if they want to rejoin within the grand finals. So a little bit of work to do, but they're not down for the count just yet. But we are down for the count. Husky and I, we are done for the night. We are going to bring in 2 lovely casters to bring us back outside of the break, so don't go anywhere, folks. Husky, it's been another great cast for us.
Yeah, I am quite eepy, but we will be watching from the background. Thanks for having me, as always, even though we've never met before. I think we did pretty well together.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was fun. So appreciate it. Thanks for giving little old me a chance.
Been a pleasure. I think we'll have to cast together again at some point.
Yeah, maybe so. Perhaps.
I'm holding you to that. I know this is our first time, but I think we have something going here.
Yeah, maybe we can work something out for later. Just, call my people and my people will talk to your people together.
Your people will talk to my people. Alrighty, friends. Well, we will be taking a quick little break. On the other side, Chopper and Prancing Ponyta will be joining you to take you home for the rest of Underdunk. So don't go anywhere, folks. Maybe grab a quick drink, grab a quick snack. Don't go anywhere too far, at least. We'll be right back after this.
Piloswine slams down the target into his own goal zone. To reduce the goal lead, slowing the form speed of opponents further in the race. In the equation, locking down a single target. By your teammates, or an easy follow-up from you to further lock down enemy Pokemon. Isotope Crash can also be used defensively to protect your goal zones from range. Multiple instances of damage from this ability, followed by the powerful freezing effect of the Ice Wall Shatter, makes it very difficult for opponents to can use this ability offensively to shove Pokemon into your teammates, defensively to shove enemy Pokemon away from your teammates, or keep them pinned against obstacles to hinder them. Use this ability into Ice Kick Blast to limit the distance you travel and freeze and stun your enemies while committing to serious damage. Evolved into Magic Lordy7 Unite after a delay, Magic comes to a designated location and the ground, dealing damage and briefly decreasing its
And welcome back, everybody, on Underdunk 46, and we are the Cinder siblings because we both main Cinderace. We just found that out. I'm Chopper, and here with me is the great prancing Ponyta. Thank you so much for Husky and Steel Agent Kyle. But for now, we'll take it from here. How you feeling, Ponyta?
Oh, I'm hanging in there, man. I mean, great to be here with a fellow Cinder main, and we're definitely going to be bringing the horsepower tonight. Some Ponyta Chopper action. Again, thank you. Massive shout out to Huskyle action over there. Great duo. Probably the next dynamic duo we're going to see on the Unite scene, if I'm not too bold to predict.
Yeah, maybe for even Worlds. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hopefully, we can see them as well. I mean, it's been great to see them both grow together, and to even work with them is a great opportunity for us. And we've actually known them for a little bit, and we've worked a couple of different events overall, and they're great to work with. But now it's time for us to actually show off what we can do, and for these teams to actually show off what they can do as well. This is Kiss Kiss versus 7Z Esports in Winners Finals. So yeah, Ponyta, we did see Kiss Kiss previously on that last round. Pretty much domination on their end. 7Z Esports, one of the best teams, at least top 4 in Latin America right now. So we're in for a clash of different regions. What do you think is going to go down now?
I don't know. We definitely did see just a really pretty quick 2-0 there from Kiss Kiss. I mean, that rip on Ray in that second fight, it was a blink and you miss it kind of thing. But like you said, Latin America is really starting to push out some great teams. We're seeing a really big rise from great players coming out of there. So really anything's possible, I think. I haven't seen 7Z personally, so I'm excited to see how this match goes over. I've seen a lot of Kiss Kiss in the past, so this is going to be a pretty new match for me. Pretty exciting to see, though.
Pretty much on the losers side as well, we have Ignorance on losers semis already, and B4U and Grand Line Renegades are playing their best of one because, yes, this is a peculiar bracket to say the least. The best of one on loser side means one and you're done. So hopefully neither one of these teams really wants to go on that losers bracket. But Kiss Kiss 7Z Esports, some of the best that we've seen all night, and hopefully we can get a banger series this time around. But Ponyta, I want to bring it back to you because, again, yes, you are a Cinder Ace main for now. Galarian Ponyta is right on its course to be in the game. Are you excited for that?
Oh, I've been so excited for that. I mean, as soon as I think the leaks dropped right around the time I was heading over to Brazil for LAIC, which was a great event, by the way. Lots of great Latin American teams there. So, you know, really the excitement was fresh for me. It was a leak at the time, and then it showed up in the public test realms, and I've had the chance to actually play Galarian Rapidash in the public test server. It's been amazing. I've had so much fun with it. There was a lot of talk that it was going to be an all-arounder. I was like, no, this moveset, it feels like a speedster. It feels like a speedster, and you really can't just go by what's in the public test server just yet, because, I mean, at that time, Galarian Rapidash was still using an Espeon Cry. So I'm really excited. Too bad it drops next week while I will be in San Antonio.
Well,
So
it will
here we
give you
go.
some, absolutely, it'll give you some time to just rest up after your break from San Antonio. But here is the pick and ban face for the first game, Kiss Kiss and 7Z Esports. Umbreon being hovered, but eventually actually going for the side duck ban just to start things off.
Nobody wants to deal with a Psyduck on either team, it seems, so it's easier to just ban it out. Unless you're really a proficient Psyduck player, it is kind of an annoying nuisance, and it looks like they're going to go for the Umbreon ban anyway. Another, despite the nerfs it's seen recently, another strong Pokemon that we see pretty heavy bans of, and a Blissey and Miraidon ban on the other side there, so we're leaning into the first picks now here on Kiss Kiss side.
Yeah,
What are we
much
going to go
as well.
for?
Actually, going for the Hoopa looks like they're hovering it right now, and that's going to be the first pick. Super important pick, especially in the highest levels of competition where Hoopa really likes to dominate the map. And if you are able to do those rotations just as you would, you're going to have a bad time if you're your opponents. Meanwhile, on the other side, they are hovering quite a few Mons still in play. I'd like to take a look at both Blissey and Umbreon. Blissey receiving just some buffs. Why? We have no idea. But they received them. That's why it's banned. In the meantime, 7Z actually going for Eldegoss and Snorlax to counteract whatever Kiss Kiss wants to do in the next round of picks.
See the lock in on the Inteleon there. Looks like we're hovering Slowbro, another strong defender, especially in the absence of an Umbreon. Slowbro really depends on which build you're going with. We see a lot of telekinesis builds here lately, strong in being able to take a Pokemon out of the game for just a couple of seconds. But we're going to see 7Z counter picking up an Espeon, and looks like they're hovering Sableye. Can't say Sableye is a strong pick in my opinion, but if you're playing in a 5-stack and you can coordinate a little bit better, I feel like Sableye does a little bit stronger there. I think they are going to change their mind and lock in the Goodra. We're going to see a double defender with possibly the heals there from the Eldegoss. That's going to be a hard team to take down. It's going to be a really tough wall to crack.
And I, for one, love those picks. You don't know me right now, Ponyta, but I love me some double defender compositions, especially in Pokemon Unite. If you have that sustained ability, oh my god, it's like, yeah, okay, no,
like
this is no, yeah, Ponyta, my best friend and my sibling, now actually rocking the full view of the compositions, going for asshole. For Celestial, and we do have that Garchomp coming in, and then sealing the deal on the other side with a great Urshifu. Could depend on what you're looking for, whether you're looking for that Wicked Blow or the Aqua Chifu that just got buffed. What do you think of the comps going into game one?
I think that double defender comp, especially with the Goodra and the Snorlax on that side, that's going to be, like I said, a tough wall to crack. We've got Espeon in there for some stuns, Eldegoss to keep them going, Urshifu for the dives. That is a solid comp, but we've seen Kiss Kiss manage to work around some pretty tough things in the past. Here we go, 1 second, heading into the final preparations just before we're about to see the match go live here in just a second, but I think this is going to be a pretty solid match, and I think 7Z is going to give Kiss Kiss a run for their money here.
And that's what we're expecting, especially in winners finals of this Underdunk series. Hopefully Kiss Kiss, you know, coming off of a great performance on Sunday, just going into those finals, unfortunately losing in the first few rounds of the finals. But hey, you made it through Sunday. That's super important on them. And 7Z Esports looking to make a name for themselves versus one of the best teams in North America today. With that double comp, it's looking dangerous. And now we're getting started. Everybody on rotations. Game number one.
Looks like we're seeing Kiss Kiss on the purple side, which is going to be the left side right here. 7Z starting off on orange. We see the Snorlax Eevee, what a traditional dynamic duo there, going bottom lane, and we're going to see the Gumi go top lane. It looks like the Hoop is going to make a little bit of a jungle invade attempt here to kind of throw things off there for the Eldegoss, still in the Gossifleur. We see the Urshifu, still Cubfu coming through. They're trying to bully off that Hoopa, off of that buff.
We
Does look
get
like the
some time
Goth
in.
secured it.
Yeah, get some time in. They did manage to get that buff, but eventually got KO'd. First KO of the game belonging to 7Z Esports. Important for the Gossiper to actually get that breath buff as well. In the meantime, first points being scored for Slowpoke on the bottom side.
Yeah, it's a good thing Goss was able to get that red buff, taking it to the top lane with them there. And we're going to see another KO there on the bottom lane. 7Z's giving Kiss Kiss a run for their money already, as Eevee's already into Espeon. They're trying to push that Snorlax around, but it's not doing so good there for Kiss Kiss.
It's super important, but now actually trying to go in. That's an Aqua Chifu if I've ever seen one. Absol getting KO'd there, and that's a double KO for the Urshifu. And 7Z Esports showing that Latin America can put the moves on NA as well.
Latin America is known for their spice, and they're definitely bringing it here today. That was a pretty quick Urshifu there in that top lane, getting the dives in. We saw the KO. Now they're running through Kiss Kiss's jungle, taking their buffs, trying to push out their Slowbro. Ooh, it's not looking so good, but Snorlax is taking a nap over there.
Man, they're taking every single advantage that they possibly can. Now, Heavy Slam trying to make sure that at least the bottom side continues to be lower level. Jungle invasion, Urshifu forced to go away. But Eldegoss is there just to back them up. Minute 8 means Altaris and Swablus in the middle are just about to go in. This is a 2v4. Eldegoss is forced to run away as we continue to see all the work now. And they managed to escape using the hyperspace portal actually to recover on Kiss Kiss side. Heavy Slam coming in, and another snipe actually done by Hades on the Espeon. They continue to put on this pressure, Ponyta.
That is some pretty heavy. I mean, that is. David Bowie would be proud of how much pressure they're under over here. It's just pushing and pushing and pushing. We're seeing a lot of points drop. Only 9 points left on this bottom goal. They're getting their stacks in, that's for sure. We see all four members of Kiss Kiss have made it to the bottom now to try to push back. We're only 20 seconds away from this first set of Reggies, but 7Z is doing pretty well at cleaning up almost all the XP on the board. We do finally see Kiss Kiss manage to take down a few of those heavy blockers there. Gabite's still trying to get into Garchomp here. Goodra cleaning up some XP in the top lane there. Still kind of holding it, kind of just being a little cautious there. And we see the hyperspace hole open up there, trying to bring everybody down to their lane, getting ready for this Reggie fight here. The teams are just kind of feeling each other out, but with 4 members of 7Z here pushing on that goal with only a few points left, Absol's going to get bullied if he's not careful.
Man, we're seeing Absol actually absolutely destroyed by that Heavy Slam. That's another KO coming in. All the additional points that you're going to score, especially with the Espeon on the bottom side, are going to be super important. Now the Regieleki and now Goodra in the 2v1 taking them down both. Now Gabite be forced to run away, as well as Hoopa. That's another KO by the Goodra, and the level differential is definitely showing. You can see it in their wallets as well, Ponyta. 7Z is not being denied in this first game.
Nope, that was a pretty solid double Reggie secure there for 7Z, taking both a Lecky and what was that, a Regice on the bottom? It happened so quickly, I didn't even catch that. Looked like it was actually a Registeel, so
Yes.
that was a nice extra buff for them.
So he tried to move in, and Tillion finally leveled up to level 8 at least. And now the Unite move actually coming in, taking down the Snorlax. Absol forced to run away and trying to put that pressure on them. Eldegoss trying to defend themselves as much as possible. That's a double KO by the Absol. Exactly the type of Pokemon that you do not want, actually getting some KOs in. But Aqua Chifu working as the front line. Espeon trying to poke them away and stun the Kiss Kiss team, who's trying to get that pursuit on the bottom side.
It was a pretty solid pushback from Kiss Kiss there. They did manage to take down the Eldegoss in that conflict. It could not heal enough. Snorlax jumps in with the Heavy Slam, and we see the Snorlax Unite move. He's going to heal, going to roll over on top of Kiss Kiss to try to keep them away, but it's not good for them. Here comes the Urshifu coming back in. Everybody's super low health from 7Z, but they do manage to take a triple KO on Kiss Kiss.
Man, they did not expect this level of aggression. Now Aqua Chifu forced to actually move away. Absol Heavy Slam taking them down both. They take care of the tank. Now they take care of the Speedster on the bottom side. And now we see the Hyperspace Portal time to come in. Garchomp does not have their Unite move. That's a double KO actually used by the Urshifu. But all of a sudden, we're trying to see maybe an inverse, a flip on the side of Kiss Kiss trying to defend themselves. Snorlax gets taken down. Slow Beam actually being used on the Urshifu. They need to run away, otherwise this defense, this special defense, continues to go down. and they do manage to at least take care of the Uchifu. We saw these habits a little bit beforehand on the previous fights as well, Ponyta. An overextension maybe on the side of 7Z, giving them a lot of experience. That being said, 284-7 domination on the side of the Latin American team.
For sure, we did see all 5 members of 7Z try to make a strong push onto that middle pad there. Little unsuccessful. They did lose several members in that conflict, but they did secure the Regirock there in that conflict in the bottom lane. Espeon doing a pretty good job at staying back, just firing off some beams, getting in stuns where it can. I don't know if you caught it, but it took 4 members of Kiss Kiss to take down that Goodra. Goodra is just a monster, and now it's just right back in the top lane. Urshifu coming in to try to rip the Regieleki, and it doesn't look like any members of Kiss Kiss are anywhere even close by to be able to try to fight this, and that's a pretty clean rip for 7Z on the Lecky.
This is a domination we weren't expecting. We did see Kiss Kiss on the previous round actually do a lot of damage. But now we're seeing a little bit of the inverse of what we saw previously, and that's an extension from the Garchomp after getting stunned with absolutely everything. But now the Unite move actually coming in by the Absol. Uchifu still manages to take it down, and Tillion goes down to the Goodra, who just continues to walk in, sitting, looking pretty. Another Unite move used, another KO for 7Z.
That was a pretty rough fight there for Kiz Kiz. They were just kind of not all together where they all needed to be, while all 5 members of 7-0 decided to push this Lecky. Lecky's low on health, though. It's probably not going to get in here. We did see the Hoopa Unite move go off, but it was just a little too late. 3 members were already down, but they managed to stop the Lecky before it hits their middle pad and kind of give a push back on 7Z. 7Z deciding at this point, hey, we're just under a minute away from Ray. Let's not give them this extra XP. Let's just back up and defend these goals. And that seems to be what they're doing now. Snorlax just trying to hang out on pad and heal, throwing in some heavy slams. This Hoop is being annoying, just kind of peekabooing in and out of its holes to poke at the Snorlax there. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we can see that Slowbro and Absol are trying to pick up some XP. Espeon's just trying to hold that pad. It's done a great job at staying back and firing from a distance, and we've seen Urshifu do a great job at getting in there and doing all the damage. We're only about 7 seconds away from the Ray. It looks like 7Z is in position. They're all pretty well set up, trying to break Kiss Kiss apart, and there's the Ray. Are they going to go in? Who's going to be the first? We're seeing Inteleon fire off some shots from a distance. They're both just kind of poking at each other. Snorlax going in for the heavy slam. He's stuck in the middle. He goes down.
Oh, they need to be careful now, especially with going in. Unite move actually used by both the Inteleon and both the Hoopa, and now Goodra actually going to the flank. Now Slow Beam actually used on top of the Uchifu. Garchomp trying to pursue them. That's a lot of damage on top of some of the carries on the side of 7Z Esports. That's the Uchifu down. They do have the Snorlax yet. The Inteleon goes down to the Goodra, and now we're seeing Garchomp actually trying to do some damage. That's another Espeon trying to be taken down. Eldegoss still surviving for now, and now the Yon actually trying to do some more damage. Goodra going on a 2v1 with Snorlax, trying to get rid of this Garchomp. And Garchomp almost single-handedly trying to take care of absolutely everybody, but the Slowbro actually goes down. This is a tension situation, ponies, as we go into the final moments. 1 minute left to go, and now finally going down is the Goodra, and they eventually actually take the Rayquaza as well. That's a Rayquaza captured, as we are seeing on the overlay. That's 100 points actually being scored on the bottom and on the top. But now we're seeing Garchomp actually moving in, and that's another 300. That's 300 points, though 7Z Esports still in front, just barely trying to hold on to the lead that they have. But we know that Absol is currently in the jungle, and now they have to be careful. They have to defend this. They need to be careful. They need to stun, otherwise they're going to be in trouble. Now Absol actually going in on the platform. That's 100 more from the
comeback that Kiss Kiss needed there.
Absolutely from the depths of defeat. 20 seconds left to go, and now we're seeing 50 points being scored right then in the middle, and they surrendered.
There's the surrender.
Wow, okay.
That was definitely the comeback that Kiss Kiss needed. That Ray secure was everything for them in that moment. It happened so quickly with so little time to spare at the end of the round. It just was not enough time for 7Z Esports to try to make a comeback. It was just amazing considering how they just seemed to bully Kiss Kiss pretty much the entire game. Look at these numbers.
Man, Machisel really putting in the work with the guard chump, and that 2v1, especially in the middle, as they were actually fighting for the Rayquaza, was really a determining factor for them to even get the buff in the first place. Now, Mystic and Hades both actually played an excellent early game, but we did see a couple of tendencies of an overextension throughout the course of it, and look at that damage on the side of Machisel.
Look at that 130k. I mean, but that 90k from the Espeon Hades, that's nothing to sneeze at either. Absol was definitely getting in there, getting in everybody's face, and we still only saw 46k damage out of there. Inteleon running the back line managed to hit with 77k. So, I mean, great numbers here. You can just take a look at this board here. You can see how 7Z was just dominating the entire game until that final stretch, until that Ray was taken by Kiss Kiss. It just seemed to go downhill as soon as Snorlax did that heavy slam right into the middle, and they just captured him. They pulled him away from the rest of his team, and then they were able to just pick 7Z Esports off one at a time and just keep them from being able to get in there. Eldegoss couldn't heal enough and then would get picked off. Snorlax couldn't hold it and couldn't tank enough. Their secures would come in, their carries are coming in, they're trying to take it, they're just not getting in there where they needed to be. Kiss Kiss really just came together in the end there where they needed to be in that Ray fight, secured it, then managed to get in and score all of the points that they needed to score to just barely pull ahead in those last few seconds to be able to keep 7Z from being able to come back.
It felt like a clean game overall for 7D. If you're going into game 2, I wouldn't change a thing from what they were doing in the first game. There were a couple of things that maybe just overextensions in some team fights made sure that Kiss Kiss actually got the experience that they needed to make those comebacks. So maybe just be careful when going for those over-aggressive plays, but to find that balance is something that's also going to be super interesting for them, Ponyta, because we don't want them to play too conservative, because we saw what they did at the beginning of the game itself. This game was actually a masterclass in how you play aggressively in the early, and it worked out for them. So are they going to revert maybe to a more passive style that could maybe benefit a lot more? What Kiss Kiss wants to know remains to be seen. But let's see what's going to go down in game number 2 for sure. What do you think?
I mean, for a team that was running double defender supporter comp, they were very aggressive. They were very in your face. Like you said, we did see some overextension, particularly from Snorlax and from Urshifu. Urshifu would dive in there a lot. We saw a little bit here and there from Gudra. Espeon, for the most part, did its position very well. It just didn't seem like Kiss Kiss could ever quite get the handle that they needed to quite all be there. Took a little while for them to get into their Garchomp. They were just a little bit behind there until the Ray fight, where they managed to finally get a foothold, and they used that to just climb themselves up and over the top there at the end. But I don't think 7Z really needs to change anything except for maybe just kind of, like you said, pull it back just a hair. That aggression was really great for them. That really, I mean, I'd hate to tell them to not pull that aggression back, because that's really what gave them such a strong early game lead on really everything in the beginning there. So it's hard to say where they really went wrong other than the overextensions.
Man, I agree with you as well, Ponyta. We've talked about it over the course of it. Like, throughout the course of that first game, it looked like it was in 7Z Esports' hands, but I mean, they threw it, and Kiss Kiss did a great job at catching it. So let's see what's going to go down in the pick and ban phase. Absolutely. Slammed it down the throat of Rayquaza, and just like that, just kept on dunking until they got that game victory. And now we're seeing the pick and ban phase. It looks like we're going through the same stuff that we saw in the first game. It's pretty much the same months. Yep.
Yeah, nobody really wants to deal with that Psyduck like we talked about, and definitely nobody wants to deal with what Umbreon can put out, despite us seeing the rebalance on Umbreon. Mean Look still maintains the dominance in being mean. Blissey also got its rework as well, whereas it did get some things that were nerfed, but the cooldown on its Unite move was actually buffed, so the Unite move being incredibly powerful. Looks like Kiss Kiss is going to lock in that Hoopa once again. Didn't really get to shine too much in that last game, but mobility is such a key factor in these games. Looks like 7Z is going to lock in that Snorlax once again. We saw that be a pretty veritable force for them, especially early game. Let's just not see them make mistakes late game with it again, but instead leaning into a Pikachu this time around.
According to what we're seeing, it's also an experience share Pikachu, so it could be leaning towards a support role for 7Z Esports. In the meantime, we're seeing a couple of changes on Kiss Kiss as well. Mamoshrine being locked in, Absol being hovered.
We could also see a switch. Maybe Heavy's not going to take the Pikachu for themselves, but you never know. We're seeing Buzzwole. Buzzwole is something I always love seeing these pro players play, because no matter what I do with Buzzwole, I just cannot possibly get it to function the way that these pro players, even guys who just really put in the time like Spraggles that play this all the time, they just manage to do things with Buzzwole that are absolutely dominating. 7Z leaning into a Blastoise for their double defender comp, but picking up the Espeon once again, with Oblivion playing the Mamo on the other side. That could be the bulk that they were missing last game that they need here. Going into the Inteleon and the Absol once again, Machizzle's probably going to be picking up some more of that heavy lifting.
And finally sealing the deal in the composition with a Blaziken pick on the side. So again, not going for a true support role. The Pikachu is pretty much going to be there for the stuns and making sure that they can control the team fight slowly but surely. I feel like this is a bit of a risky play on the side of 7Z. No healing on their end, so no sustain except for the only mons that do so, which could be just Snorlax and the Blaziken themselves. In the meantime, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I feel like on the side of Kiss Kiss, still having that Inteleon in the back line, Absol trying to clean up whatever they need, and having that front line with Mamo and Buzzwole. It looks like maybe 7Z try to cook a little bit too much, and it's looking like their game might get burned in the second game. But what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, these guys, they're the pro chefs. I wouldn't tell a pro chef to get out of the kitchen by any means. Seeing the Blaziken in there, definitely, I'm not somebody who can pilot a Blaziken, so I'm going to leave it to the pro players there. But like you said, with the Pikachu running Pikachu as a support, I'll stand behind that all day before I see a Pikachu run jungle and try to be carry. With the XP share on, like you said, we also saw Energy Amp on that, so Pikachu's going to be looking to use its Unite move as often as it possibly can here. Going in with those stuns, Pikachu is an excellent stun Pokemon, and looks like they're off to the races here. We're starting off Absol going in the jungle. We're going to see Mamo and Sobble, cute little Waddle Sobble going on the bottom. Again with the Snorlax Eevee combo in the bottom lane, but I think Snorlax might be looking to run in from the top lane here. Is he going to just approach from the top, or is he going to try to invade? Nope, he's just doing backup on the top. So Buzzwole coming in from the top lane there. Oh, gets caught by the Electro Web. That is another annoying thing that Pikachu has such early lane.
Forced to run away, just barely missing that first KO on the top side. Now we're seeing support Pika actually trying to back up the Squirtle on the top side. In the meantime, just the jungle seems to be pretty much cleared on both fronts. Now a 3v2 on the bottom side, trying to secure as much as they possibly can. We do get the evolution on the side of Espeon, so like forced to run away, and the eject button also used. Swinub scoring 7. Now we're seeing a lot more points than what we saw at the beginning of the match on that second game, so the adaptations are definitely in display. Swinub still in danger and is going to get caught. That's the first KO of the match.
Losing Swinub that early there, that could be harmful for them, but we did see Absol make its first rotation down to the bottom lane. In the meantime, 7Z's jungler makes their rotation at the top, but Absol does get there in time for the fight, does manage to pick off the Squirtle there. They're pushing back 7Z. I think Kiss Kiss is wise to 7Z's structure at this point. They were not going to let bottom bully them around and get an early push. Snorlax is kind of hovering. It looks like he might be waiting to take some of this XP away from this Absol, or he's possibly just setting up a little early, because we're still about 20 seconds away from those middle birds. Gosh, Pikachu's early Electro Web is just such a broken move. They're going to bully that lineup around there.
Oh, yep, that's an Electro Ball if I've ever seen one. Now Heavy Slam actually getting the Buzzwole. It looks like they land on the platform. At least they need to watch out for the command grab. Eject button actually coming in. That's 3 members of 7Z getting taken down, and now we have a fully evolved Inteleon, and this is a complete reverse to what we saw in that first game. In the meantime, consolation prize of at least getting the middle from 7Z.
Yeah, they still haven't quite gotten their swine up where it needs to be yet. So, I mean, it's just a little weird to see that really super low level swine up, but we're seeing the higher levels on 7Z, but yet they are getting pushed back so heavily this time. The 4v3 there, the Absol getting that nice early game spike to be able to come in and take these crucial KOs on these weakened lane Pokemon. It's pretty big deal. They're not looking to get bullied like they did last game. I think they have 7Z's number, and it's probably more than just the number 7.
They tried to more move in that time. Oh man, we are seeing Absol just taking everybody down to shreds, and Hydro Pump being the build for Blastoise this time around, trying to go for those basic attacks and try to do as much damage as possible, pushing them aside. Surf, Hydro Pump being good in. Now Blaziken is trying to clean up at least a Hoopa. There's a couple of points still being scored by the Buzzwole. Sacrificial Lamb now forced to actually go onto the Regieleki, so that's going to be possibly a trade as we're seeing the Hyperspace Portal actually coming in by the side of Hoopa, but now Intilia trying to move in, and now Blastoise in the middle of absolutely everybody. Surf coming in and now securing at least the Regieleki, forced on the top side. The bottom Reggie still not being used. Absolutely getting taken down by the Blastoise. It's huge Unite move coming in by the side of Espeon, and now Inteleon trying to move in and try to pow their way onto some more KOs. Blastoise getting down. That's a double KO on the side of the Pikachu as well. Inteleon can pretty much do no wrong in the second game, but we continue the extension of the fights, and now getting broken up by the Blaziken, who continues to put that same pressure. Double KO for the Blaziken, and this is a back and forth if I've ever seen one, Ponyta. Oh my god, and another one.
To come in there and take the Blaziken down, but Snorlax and Espeon do manage to get out in a way. I think they realized that they were overexerting themselves at that point. The Swinub has made it into Piloswine. We're throwing the Yawn on the Absol and just running away. We're just looking to get out and not engage any further at this point, but they're probably going to try to pick off this Piloswine since it did overexert itself. I think Snorlax is giving the chase, hesitating, but going back. Inteleon coming in with its snipe shot. Snorlax not able to hit it with the heavy slam. That was a lot of damage for such a massive Pokemon to take there. There's a lot of really great placement from this Blastoise here. A lot of really well-placed Surfs, disrupting, but doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of attack. The Blastoise Unite move coming off here. It's keeping Absol out of this Regirock fight while they're securing what a great set of zoning for that Blastoise there, taking down the Absol, giving them all a buff and a shield to push this bottom lane on 7Z's side, going after Kiss Kiss.
Man, actually moving in that time. Heavy Slam and Yawn into the burst that Espeon is capable of. Now, one by one, they continue to go in and they fail to defend their base. And now, everybody rotating to the top side for the next Regieleki.
That's a great rotation there. That was a really good team push there. All 5 members of 7Z coming together to make a push on the bottom lane. We're 2 seconds away from the second Regieleki. We saw 7Z take the first one. Looks like they're in poised and prime position to take this one as well. They've taken down the 2 outer goals on Kiss Kiss side. That limits the mobility there for Hoopa, but Hoopa's still been doing a pretty good job at making sure their teammates stay healed, sending them back to base for the optimal amount of healing, and then coming back into the fights. It looks like Kiss Kiss is just going to set up to block this Lucky. It doesn't seem like any members from 7Z are looking to push it. They're just keeping an eye on it, but they're using this opportunity to take some more XP from the surrounding area, letting Kiss Kiss just be distracted by that Regieleki. They're picking off the birds in the center. Snorlax is still holding the bottom lane.
I thought that was just for Pikachu, Ponyta. We're moving in onto the pressure one more time. That's a double KO by the Pikachu, taking the KO of both Buzzwole and Absol. Unite move being used super early on the side of Espeon. Still plenty of time left. The Mamoswine actually putting in some more damage, and now the Unite move coming in by the side of Absol after spawning one more time. Over aggression, the name of the game for 7Z Esports after a really good, clean KO on Absol using an early Pikachu move. They lose a couple of members, and now the level differential is just that much closer, with the difference between the two teams only being 30 points.
This is a pretty close game here. You think one team pushes, the other team pushes back. Looks like Kiss Kiss is pretty well set up for this Registeal here. Snorlax coming in. It could steal it with a Heavy Slam. I've seen plenty of Snorlax secures off a Heavy Slam, but he decides to back off. This isn't his fight. He doesn't want a part of this at all, not when that many members of Kiss Kiss are down there. They probably really could have used that buff, so it was a good thing that Kiss Kiss managed to get it. They're only a few points behind. Both teams are pretty equal right now. We're 25 seconds from the Regieleki on the top lane. 7Z looks like they're getting in position. We've seen a lot of really great moves out of this Blastoise here. A lot of really good Hydro Pumps pushing Absol back. A lot of good place surfs. I love seeing these supporters, these defenders that make these great attackers as well. And Blastoise has made good use of that eject button as well to try to get itself out of tricky situations. Pikachu's being a little bit of a distraction in the bottom lane here. It's keeping Kiss from effectively rotating to this Regieleki. Looks like Blaziken and Espeon are going to rip it pretty cleanly without being contested. And it's going to advance into their middle position just 10 seconds from Ray. We're already seeing a team fight.
Oh my god, actually going in Hydro Harpoon used extremely early in the fight. Now we're actually trying to put in that pressure. Buzzwole is going to be able to take down the Mammoth Collapses. And now we're seeing Blaziken in danger, especially if we continue to see that amount of damage coming in by the Mammoth Swine. Now they need to be careful. They continue to rip on that Rayquaza, but now we're seeing the Hoopa coming in with a Unite move, going full Unchained and Unleash. Mammoth Swine try to secure it, and they do! They secure the Rayquaza, the big laser from the side of the fully unleashed Hoopa is going to be enough for Kiss to take that Rayquaza. Well, that's a double KO. Hydro Typhoon used extremely early in the fight. That's another 100 points being scored by Kiss in the final moments of what could be and probably is 7Z Esports' last run in the winner's bracket.
Still got 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock here. 7Z is only under 100 points behind. They could still attempt to make a strong pushback to try to lock up this second game and take it to a game 3. They're doing their absolute best here. 3 members of Kiss were down going into that Ray fight when the Hoopa fired off its Unite move, so it wasn't able to bring as many members in. That was a great secure from the Hoopa there, but unfortunately it just meant there weren't as many shields up for Kiss to be able to score back, so they are going to make a push on this bottom lane here. We see Inteleon and Hoopa trying to fight back. Pikachu going in with the Unite move.
Oh man. Oh my god, actually trying to move in. That time Hydro Typhoon actually being used one more time. 293 in the meantime. On the top side, we did see them score. So 411 to 293. Still trying to defend as much as possible. That's a triple KO on the top of the Blaziken. And now 325 rather, and trying to move in. The Mammoth Swine is just about to get taken out. 397. They need to score in the middle. There's 10 seconds left on the board. He's actually trying to move in as fast as possible. That's 39. If it's 39, if the math is not correct, 78.
That's it right there. That's gonna pull 7 ahead.
Oh my god, they did it after that amazing first
points
game.
behind, and the Snorlax managed to sneak in and drop the 39 points. That's going to be just enough to pull 7Z ahead in those last few seconds to take game 2. They're going to take it to a game 3. That was an insanely close match for both teams there. There was no clear winner in that one.
Man, tremendous play overall as well, Ponyta. 7Z Esports, after being so ahead in that first game and struggling a little bit in the early game for this one, managed to pick themselves up and force that game 3 versus Kiss. You know, we were talking about it just as we went on air. Husky and Steel Agent Kyle actually both mentioned it. This could be a fun series, and indeed it has delivered as the winners finals for Underdunk.
For sure. There's a reason this is the winners finals. It's games like this. I mean, these numbers are great. We saw how many kills and assists 7Z picked up in that match, despite the fact that Kiss really seemed to have an early game lead and push them. We see a lot of that burst damage adding up from the Espeon, making 74k. We don't see that 100k numbers or even the 90k numbers like we saw last game, because it really was just so back and forth between these two teams. I mean, just look at this board. You can see here, purple's ahead, orange catches up, orange gets ahead, then purple. I mean, you can just see it back and forth. And then Kiss finally ahead in the end there. And then 7Z managing to pull it out right in the last few seconds. It was a great chart. That chart right there defined the whole game.
Man, that's exactly how we define this series as well. But they're just going to run it right back on the pick and ban phase, hopefully soon. We did see the aggressions coming out from both teams, overextensions here and there, but it is the decisiveness that 7Z Esports has been showing throughout the course of the set that really has defined them as one of the contenders and hopefully what they expect to be maybe one of the winners of Underdunk.
7Z definitely pulled back on those overextensions. I think they realized their mistakes in game 1. They didn't play as aggressively. They played a little bit more conservatively, a little bit more defensively, despite changing their comp up a little bit, not running that heavy double defender that we saw in game 1. And I think that pullback on that aggression is why we saw them get bullied a little bit more early game. They were a little bit more cautious. They didn't overextend as much, which also meant they weren't getting as, despite the fact they were getting a ton of KOs and assists there, they just weren't getting as much push. They weren't scoring as much. But when they did score, it was huge. They were getting massive overdunks, not underdunks. But we are... Sorry, that was terrible. I won't do that one again.
Not a problem. Not a problem. So in the meantime, Kiss really showed domination. Why they're considered to be in the top echelon of teams in North America as well. We did see the competition actually flourishing along on their sides, and the individual play really nothing to scoff at either. They managed to secure that Rayquaza already twice throughout the course of these matches. So it's just going to be a matter for them to actually try to close it out for this game number 3. I'm expecting the same bans because both of them really feel comfortable in what they're picking. So it's really going to matter what type of comps they're going to go for. We've seen more or less the same stuff from Kiss running that Inteleon in the back with some strong front line to be able to snipe everybody down. But do you think it changes in order for them now that we've seen it already 2 times in a row?
Well, we did see some changes on both team sides. I'm sure we're going to probably see another change here or there. It seemed like the lack of heals didn't really affect 7Z as much as they thought. Hoopa's mobility still seems to be not as useful for Kiss, mostly because they're losing their outer goal points pretty early on, and then every time it seems like Hoopa's firing off its Unite move, a good majority of its team members are already down, so it's not really bringing the team in off that Unite move. But we did see Hoopa secure the Ray in those last, that last match, so it's not like it's an irrelevant Pokemon. It's still giving good buffs, it's still giving good mobility, it's still managing to send Pokemon back to base to heal, so I think it's still going to be another core piece of their puzzle here. Absol putting in the work, probably another piece we're going to see again. I think we're probably expecting to see the double defender comps continue, but maybe they're going to mix it up again instead of like we saw last time. They went with the Blastoise this time around, and they leaned into a very aggressive Blastoise with that Pikachu support. So we're seeing some really interesting comps. Kiss, I'm not going to call them a one-trick pony. They are running very similar comps, but they're doing it in slightly different matters in ways that work for them, just enough to keep the opposing team on their toes, to not know exactly what to expect. But these are pro teams. They study each other. They know what to expect out of these other teams. They know what to expect out of these Pokemon, out of these comps. So they know what they're looking at before they even get into these matches. So I don't know what we could see out of 7Z, but I'm looking forward to it. They've thrown some really interesting comps out there, and we've seen some great results from it. Like I said, we let them cook. They know how to run the Blaziken a lot better than I do, that's for sure.
Actually, going in this time for the pick and ban phase is going to be super interesting as well. We've seen Umbreon, we've seen Blissey being knocked out, Hoopa actually being a priority for Kiss throughout the course of it. It's been working out for them in regards to actually trying to control the map. 7Z, trying to make themselves and put their names for themselves as one of the best teams in Latin America, and actually working out for them as well. I mean, throughout the course of the plays, and we got to talk a little bit about Hades and his Espeon, who pretty much can do no wrong. We've seen monstrous damage throughout the course of not only the late game, but also very definingly at the beginning of the game. We do know that Eevee in particular and all the evolutions categorize themselves for actually being very early starters, and pairing them up with that Snorlax on the bottom side is going to be super important for them throughout the course of the matches that we've seen. And Hades has been putting in the work when it comes to actually stunning the correct opponents and avoiding any type of major damage throughout the course of those team fights whenever they get those looks in, right?
It's been a great run for Espeon. I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot of Espeon being in danger. Espeon's done its job at staying back. Like you said, hitting those correct mons with the right stuns at the right time, manipulating its cooldowns properly, knowing when and where to hit. I mean, cooldowns is such a big deal for a Pokemon that's really, you're relying on it to do those stuns, to do that sort of dissuading the other team and disrupting the other team. And like you said, those Eevees are really good at that early online kind of thing because they evolve so quickly. They're in the match a lot faster, and then you have a Pokemon like Snorlax that really just backs it up, holds that wall in front, especially for a Pokemon like Espeon to stay back and fire off its beams. It's a great combo, and there's a reason that Snorlax and Eevee are often seen together in a lot of depictions, not just in Unite, outside of Unite, in TCG, in the anime. Snorlax and Eevee are seen as kind of a duo, and there's a reason for that, and it's because they work so well together, and that continues here in Unite.
Man, working tremendously for 7Z Esports right now, forcing the issue on this game number 3 versus Kiss Kiss. And again, it doesn't mean that they're going to be eliminated just yet, because again, one of these teams will still go onto the losers bracket as we continue to see what else is up. And in the bracket B4U, so we're getting Ignorance, and B4U, I've seen Ignorance actually getting the victory on the loser side as we move into game number 3 for these teams. Are we expecting the same bans, Ponyta?
I think we're going to see the same bans. I think these teams are both pretty comfortable in going, look, we can deal with pretty much everything else. These are the ones we definitely don't want to deal with, and we're just going to lock this in and stick with it. So I think we're going to definitely see the Psyduck. I think we'll expect to see the Psyduck Blissey bans from here on out. For most comps, but the Umbreon is another solid ban. The Miraidon's one that kind of threw me for a loop there, but when a team like Kiss Kiss can utilize Miraidon as well as they do, it's not surprising to see a team like 7Z just target ban on that circumstance alone.
Yeah, it's going to be super important for them, especially when it comes to Umbreon. We did see it on Sunday being paired with the Blissey, and then we actually put another tank on top of it. Pretty much Umbreon working as a hybrid support and tank. So if you have that hybrid defender support with a double defender comp, the sustainability that the team already gets is going to be something that you can barely break, especially even if you are some of the best teams that we've seen, not over the course of Open Up, but also all around the world. So pretty much solid stuff for these mods.
Tough nut to crack.
Oh yeah, no, and that Wish is a great ability as well, and the fact that they are defending just as well as they do, and Blissey again with the changes that they received in this last patch as well could be super defining. But we're gonna take a quick break while we wait for the teams to actually get prepared for this game number 3. But don't go anywhere, because Underdunk 46 will be right back.
KOs. Bring these stories and it also makes it easier for roles compared to most other roles. Oftentimes, you can simply keep scoring these after points until force speed quickly. Doduo is extremely agile. Quick attack and for basic attack. Some range.
And we told absolutely everybody who was on the stream that it was a quick break, didn't we, Ponyta?
We absolutely did. I mean, when you run all this horsepower, you can get from point A to point B in a pretty fast hustle. So actually, it looks like they're leaning into some new bans. They're gonna make a liar out of me. It does look like Kiss Kiss is gonna ban that Espeon. They don't want to deal with it anymore. And the Snorlax, talk about a target ban. 7Z gonna still target ban the Miraidon, but also leaning into the Psyduck. This might throw things out of whack for 7Z. It gives Kiss Kiss the opportunity to pick up a Blissey, though, without that being banned, and giving 7Z the chance to pick up Umbreon now that that's not banned. And it looks like they're going to try to steal that Hoopa out from Kiss Kiss.
Man, this is getting super interesting, and I believe we should be proud of ourselves as well, Ponyta, because we were talking about how strong Snorlax and Espeon were as a duo on the bottom side, and just like that, we're seeing target bans on the bottom, trying to pinch their Pokemon pool, at least on the side of 7Z Esports a little bit, just to see what exactly they can come up with on these next picks. And we're seeing Garchomp getting picked, and now we're seeing that as well. Kiss Kiss loves to play with toys and have a blast, that being locked in on their side. In the meantime, 7Z Esports showing their colors as well, getting the Hoopa and also getting the Inteleon, which has been a very important pick on the side of Kiss Kiss's comps.
Ooh. Yeah, this is definitely throwing things for a loop here. Not anything like what we've seen in the first 2 games. And I think that's probably going to play to the advantage of either team, really, because they just don't know what to expect now at this point. They saw what they had game 1. They changed it up a little bit for game 2. Now we're going into game 3 with a complete wild card here. It's anybody's game, and obviously both teams want to win this because no team wants to be knocked down into the losers bracket. 7Z looks like they're hovering. That Metagross going to lock it in. This is a completely different comp for 7Z. This is unlike anything we've seen before. Kiss Kiss actually taking that Blastoise Pikachu on their side there, and the Mimikyu as well. They're going double all-arounder, but we are also seeing double all-arounder on 7Z's side and single defender. So we're running one defender, one supporter on each team with a double all-arounder, and I mean, this is just crazy here. We've got the long-range attack in the Inteleon on 7Z. We've seen Inteleon running on Kiss Kiss's side the last 2 games, so that's going to be new. We're going to be a little mixed up on that one for a while. Pikachu making its way to Kiss Kiss's side with the Blissey that Blissey and the Bliss Assist. That's going to be trouble, especially if we see that Bliss Assist coming in right around the same time as a Blastoise Unite move. This could be trouble for 7Z.
Man, looking tremendous as well. And we do already mentioning the fact that 7Z Esports was having a new look on this game, but honestly, Kiss Kiss's comp as well is something different than we've seen. We haven't seen the Mimikyu yet. We haven't seen the Blastoise. They're moving away and actually trying to give a lot more responsibility onto the top carries, which definitely should be Machizel and Celestial. So it's going to be up to them in particular to get that damage in while they have also the Pikachu attacker on their side. So it's going to be super interesting how they're going to move around.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see 2 Pokemon that have been banned for the first 2 games up to this point, both now getting used in the Umbreon and the Blissey, and they're off. So it looks like we're going to see Mimikyu run through the center, and we're going to see the Chansey and the Gibble go top lane, Pikachu Squirtle bottom lane. And on the opposing side, we're seeing the Sobble Eevee bottom lane. Scyther running top lane solo, with Beldum and Hoopa taking jungle together, Hoopa taking the red buff to the top lane to back up that Scyther. Do you think we're going to see that Scyther stay Scyther, or is it going to go Scissor for this match?
I'm thinking double all-rounders are going to be the name of the game for both of them, and we saw it already being discussed, especially on Sunday when we were seeing the NA finals. That double all-rounder right now in the meta has been really strong over the course of the different regions that we've seen from Pokemon Unite. It gives them the opportunity to have some additional firepower with that tankiness, so it would not surprise me to see that Scissor coming out on the side. Now on the top, we're seeing 3v3 already coming in. Beldum just trying to chase in on that Chansey. They already know that it's right there and trying to poke them away just a little bit. 5 seconds left on the board for the Altaris and Swablu's to come in already. All of a sudden, it becomes a 3v4 now. Electro Ball coming in. That's a Mimikyu KO. First KO of game number 3, trying to move in and try to get everything as much as possible. And now we're seeing the Scissor coming in, forced to move away. Let's see what's going to happen now.
I mean, with 4 of them in that lane, pushing up against only 2 of them, they are a little scared of that Scissor, though that Bullet Punch can be pretty nasty. But Pikachu managed to Electro Web, lock in that Hoopa. Hoopa did get away, comes back fully healed, and now we're going to see all 3 of them push that top lane together. That was a little bit of a dangerous position there because there were 4 of them pushing against 2 from 7Z. 7Z just bided their time, waited in the bushes, and Kiss Kiss decided not to make a push, and then 7Z pushed back, so they both kind of ended up on a pretty equal exchange there. Looks like we've got a little bit of a little tiff going on in the bottom lane. Drizzle heading into the middle there to try to pick up this XP off the birds. It wants to get evolved, but a good chunk of Kiss Kiss is there. They said, nope, none for you.
Oh man, that's a crying Drizzle right there as well. Mimikyu moving in with a Shadow Sneak. Beldum forced to run away and go back onto the base, and now Umbreon forced to run away as well. Every single member of Kiss Kiss on the bottom side, and now 7Z Esports trying to do their best to actually get that experience back, and Scissor coming in with a Bullet Punch. War Total just about to go down, and does so versus the Beldum. Another hit in. That's a double KO for the Metagross. That's a jungly Metagross as well, who's going to be super dangerous. And now we're seeing that Overdunk, not the Underdunk, as Ponyta mentioned beforehand, almost being done, but the Altaris and the Swablu getting used for experience. And now Mean Look used on top of the Blissey. If you don't have the healer, you're going to have a bad time, and that's definitely a bad time for what we're seeing from Kiss Kiss. And now Hoopa goes down to the War Turtle as Snapshots trying to go in on the bottom side. Now the Reggies are going to come in. Reggie, Aleki on top, and we'll see what's going to go down on the bottom. In the meantime, Gabite actually managed to take down that Metagross, and now Scizor doing all that they can to actually rack up that damage with the sword stance as well as the bullet punch.
Looks like 7Z is making use of their Hoopa's teleportation abilities to try to move their teammates back and forth. They do manage to move Scizor back down to the bottom lane. Nobody's really solidly gone in on either Reggie. They're just trying to clean the lanes up first, and Scissor's doing a good job at that, taking down that Mimikyu there. He's going to rip through this Registeel pretty quick with those punches. We're going to see the Metagross fully evolve there, just getting a few stacks in, dropping points here and there, leaving that goal super low. Inteleon's putting on a lot of pressure from the back lane. Does look like Kiss Kiss secures the Regieleki in the top lane. Blissey's trying to pick up some XP here and make its way to the top lane. It looks like 7Z is fighting off that Lecky in the top lane. Pretty good there because they've still got a full 80 points on that top goal. They want to hold it. They do manage to knock that Lecky back. We've got 4 members of them up there holding it pretty strong. They're doing a lot of damage to these members of Kiss Kiss, and they're pushing them back pretty strong. But now it seems like they're coming back.
The amount of damage the Garchomp was going in, but now Blissey is actually out of commission. Unite move coming in by the Garchomp as well, trying to rack up as much damage as possible. We're seeing the Rampage coming in, but the sustain from Scizor is nothing to scoff at as well. That's a double KO on the side of the Inteleon. And that's going to be super important for the course of it. Now forced to run away. Oh my god, the snipe shot almost one-shotting him. That's a triple KO anyway. Now egg tosses impeding the scores coming in, trying to do the best to try to score that 40 burger, and manages to do so now.
You can see carefully there, they're trying to do the math there to make sure they get the optimal scores in that lane. They're just bullying that Umbreon, and it does look like Mimikyu chases down the Umbreon and manages to take it down. They are getting, Kiss Kiss is getting pushed back again. We're seeing a lot of that hyper aggression there from 7Z while they are ahead 2 goals. And they've still got lots of mobility here from this Hoopa. The Blastoise is trying to do its best to push back now on that bottom goal, doing exactly the 7Z what 7Z did to them in the last match. The Blastoise Unite move, opening up some portals. They're bringing their whole team down. The Metagross is coming in with the Magnet Rise, trying to push everybody off. They're doing a pretty good job at holding this goal. It's only got a few points left on it. The Blastoise is trying to get whatever drops it can in there. But the Inteleon is just snipe shotting left and right. It's doing massive amounts of damage with that snipe shot. We've got all 5 members of 7Z down here ready to go in on this team fight and go after this Regice. But we've seen the Garchomp Unite move with the Bliss Assist.
Actually moving in that time around now. Unite move coming in by the side of the Pikachu as well. And now Volt Tackle trying to stun the Umbreon, and Garchomp on a 2v1 advantageous scenario. Another Unite move coming in, and now Kiss Kiss putting in the work, securing that Regice extra health regeneration that's going to come in handy, especially in these extended team fights. And now Snipe Shot trying to go in, 50 points being scored on the bottom side, and the strength of the Garchomp paying a lot of dividends, especially on the side of Kiss Kiss. In the meantime, Bleezy on the bottom side gonna get KO'd in between, and the Regieleki is still being able to spawn. In the meantime, everybody just gonna back off and try to farm up as much as possible, with the differential being about 46 points.
Yeah, they're still pretty close here. I mean, we saw Kiss Kiss get a secure on the Ray and almost come back before, just, you know, they took the Ray so quickly. It gave 7Z time to come back in those last few seconds. But 7Z secures this Regieleki. They're going to make a push on this middle pad. Does kind of look like a few of their members are here ready to make a push with this Lecky, but Garchomp diving in to push it back. They're going to push and shove, but there's more members of Kiss Kiss here, but they're going down so rapidly here. There's really not actually that many of them here anymore after that.
Hydra Dragoon used extremely early, and they get wiped for it. Now Regieleki is pushing slowly but surely onto the base, but they do not care. They're going to continue to defend it till the end. Egg tosses still being available, and the big snipe shots on the side of Regieleki as well, doing a lot of damage. 30 seconds left on the board for the corresponding teams, and now we're seeing a lot of the Unite moves being already used on the side of Kiss Kiss. We still have 4 available for 7Z Esports. 10 seconds left on the board, still trying to farm up. Combinations are going to be necessary, especially in the rotation, so let's see what's going to happen in these final seconds.
That was some great positioning there for 7Z, pushing that Lecky with just enough, but knowing when exactly to back off and position themselves for this Ray fight, and they're in a great position. Inteleon's got some amazing range with that snipe shot. Looks like Blastoise is trying to come in. We're getting a little bit of a team fight here in this lower L bush here, but I think it's just Umbreon trying to tease them out. Looks like Garchomp's trying to poke at this Ray a little bit here, but we're seeing the Inteleon Snipe Shot just try to poke at them from the distance. Both teams are just kind of feeling each other out here and there. Nobody's really solidly gone in. Umbreon's kind of... Oof.
Oh, trying to go in
no.
now. You move coming in both sides on the Inteleon. Super important pick for Kiss Kiss. And now also going down is the Hoopa. Everybody else left all alone. Pikachu coming in. That's a double KO. Metagross doing whatever they possibly can. And Scizor just on the top side, not engaging with absolutely everybody. And now trying to go in with the Bullet Seeds. Unite move actually moving in. But now the stun after stun after stun. Kiss Kiss. Get
Secure
the
Ray.
Secure the Ray indeed, Ponyta. Now they're trying to move in and score as many points as they possibly can. Let's see what 7Z Esports can actually do to defend, but honestly, it looks like it's not much.
Does look like this is going to be Kiss Kiss's set. Pretty sure they're pretty well ahead at this point with only 40 seconds left and 3 members of 7Z down for still about several more seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to push back at this point. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to defend. They've broken several shields. Mimikyu still has its shield, jumping in, taking down Inteleon, getting another giant Hundo Burger in there. That puts them about 300 points ahead of 7Z. There's just not a chance for them to come back. Scissor going down. They're just picking 7Z off one at a time now as they're coming back into respawn. That was a pretty massive team fight there at the Ray. Seeing several members of 7Z go down so early, it just was not good timing. And there's the game.
Yep, that is the game, and Kiss Kiss is in grand finals for Underdunk 46, and it took them a little bit. They did have to sweat for it, but in the end, it was Celestial, the MVP, and for great reason, getting in that Shadow Sneak on the Inteleon and taking down Hades just before the Rayquaza team fight actually ensued. Tremendous clutch play to seal the victory for Kiss Kiss in that fight.
Once again, the numbers here show how hyper-aggressive 7Z was with massive KOs and assists, big damage numbers. But again, Machismo coming in with an 89, almost 90k damage with that Garchomp, doing a great deal of damage with its dives, its slashes. Hades hanging back, snipe shotting every chance it possibly could. Great aim, great targeting, 86k damage, another 76 coming up from the Metagross. It just wasn't enough in these situations. Despite them being so hyper aggressive, it seemed like their timing was a little off. It seemed like their comp was maybe just a little bit mismatched. They weren't able to quite all be in the same place at the same time, and their timing was just a little off. We did see the Umbreon dive a little bit and overextend in a few crucial moments that cost them, including that Ray fight, and they were able to pick things off one at a time, and that gave Kiss Kiss the advantage in a game where they were once again behind for most of it, and stealing the Ray and coming back from the brink of destruction to go into grand finals. 7Z's not out yet. With the performance we saw from them just now, we could see them run their way through the losers bracket and possibly make it.
Absolutely, and now actually trying to move in for the next round, we are going to see that Ignorance is going to be waiting for 7Z Esports on the next round for sure. So again, another interesting matchup in a one and done situation in the losers bracket. So let's see what's going to happen on that one. I believe production told us to get on the break. If not, we can just talk a little bit more. Awesome. So production tells us to go on a break, and we will be right back for more action here in Underdunk 46.
the worst of wounds. Use it when your health drops low or chain your hindrances together to prevent enemies from escaping. Trainers should study up on your enemy's team composition to quickly identify where Snorlax would be most effective, either in the front line to engage and control or near the back line to defend and protect. Knowing when to be and where is what separates an average player from the masters. In the late, make sure to gather the same allies. As you're able to take advantage
Decidueye and his allies if they are hidden in the tall grass, but will also reveal himself to the enemy in the process, regardless of whether he's in tall grass or out of vision. Shadow Sneak can detect and face enemy Pokemon that are invisible, but may or may not appear to be. Level 13, the move upgrade. Increasing the defense even more dramatically than before.
Shadow Sneak is an ability that has very new utility depending on what stage of the fight you're in. At the start of a fight, this ability acts as the anti-ambush tool that's used to scout all grasses in the area, giving him the who's who on enemy Pokemon who are trying to sneak surprise attacks and however, be aware that if Shadow Sneak hits an enemy Pokemon, it will also reveal your own position on the minimap to the enemy team for just a brief moment. In the midst of combat, Shadow Sneak is used to slow down targets while also reducing the amount of targets presented to attack them with physical attacks. Towards the end of a fight, Shadow Sneak can even be used to find low HP stragglers, quickly to finish them off. In a pinch, Shadow Sneak can be used as an escape tool. But Pokemon with dashes or ignorance can render this escape method, well, not as good. Shadow Sneak is more effective as a proactive tool to identify and keep away threats, rather than a reactive one used for escape.
When Decidueye reaches level 9, he learns his Unite move, Knock Knock. Decidueye fires a flurry of small blows that deal damage in the designated direction of the first Pokemon. Then unleashes a stronger piercing quiver, which does increase damage to With the duration of his Unite move, Decidueye is rooted in place and starts to proceed in the direction of his first Pokemon. And can also choose to use his Unite ability at any time, so fire
Knock Knock can do tons of insane damage with team fight from the enemy lane. Yes, it is
zones or while enemies are occupied with your frontliners. However, the key to using this Unite move effectively is location, location, location. Knock Knock reveals Decidueye's location and roots him in place, practically inviting the enemy team to try and stop him. If you position too far, the enemy team will simply move away from your Unite move's range, leaving you with nothing there, while if Decidueye is too close to the enemy team, it'll leave the enemies not moving forward instead. To prevent a collapse, use the terrain as a physical barrier to artificially increase the distance it takes to get to you. Don't forget trainers, cancel the Unite move early to regain some mobility. Keep in mind that the initial hits of Knock Knock do pass through enemies, so enemies can position themselves to prevent you from hitting your intended target. As your Unite move finishes, be sure to take aim at low HP enemy Pokemon. Hit the bonus attack damage with a final arrow to knock them out. Once the match begins, while defining your objective, shoot to gain experience as rapidly as possible, evolving to the same line where he can find free damage abilities. To that end, Rowlet is often played in the central area, largely recommending knockout while Pokemon to gain experience uncontested. Rowlet can also be played in town with a partner who's willing to keep him safe and help him in the earlier stages of the game. Enemies, however, may try to take advantage of his weaker early game. Be sure to pick your time wisely and always on the side of caution. As you can test wild Pokemon, Zay leaving the last hit as it is Rowlet's best signaling tool. Even after Rowlet evolves into Darkness, it doesn't gain any new abilities unfortunately, but be patient. This nerf thing is just a phase. Take every opportunity to secure wild Pokemon, knock out enemy Pokemon, and score goals, and be safe while doing so, as this means allow relaxing or escape outside the use of a battle item until the end of the game. Overextending often means quick flipping Pokemon back to your homes. As you evolve into Decidueye and level 7, it's time for a quick study of the other Pokemon in the game. Friend, foe, ally, and enemy, and decide your avenue of pathway damage. Raging
And then there were three. This is Underdunk 46, and here we are bringing you some more action in North America and Latin America scene. So I'm Chopper, and this is the Great Prancing Ponyta, and we are the Cinder Siblings, and we are here to give you some more commentary on Pokemon Unite, giving you that horsepower that you need, right, Ponyta?
Absolutely. Bringing the horsepower with the Cinder Siblings here. If there's any great artists out there that want to draw the Cinder Siblings, I'm down for some commissions right now.
Absolutely. Draw those and then pray for auto attacker buffs, because we were lamenting
We were.
how we don't have that Decidueye, Cinderace, and the rest of them all over the. We want to see them back in the meta.
But also
a lot
counting
of
our
heavy
praises
hitters.
for the lack of nerfs as well.
True. We hope for the best, but we expect the worst. And the worst is apparently happening to Umbreon and Mimikyu and Miraidon, because they do not want to see them in this fight. And finally, the Blissey is going to be the final ban for this do or die game for 7Z Esports and Ignorance.
They were hovering that Psyduck for a second there, and 7Z is going to take advantage of the fact that it didn't get banned and lock it in first and foremost. But the Umbreon Blissey, those are pretty common ones we're going to see for a while there, I believe. Orange looks like they're hovering over. I mean, are we going to see Soup pick up the Cinderace there? He hovered it for a second. I wouldn't be mad about it, but they kind of are leaning towards that double all-arounder. Nope, we're gonna lock in the Pikachu and the Garchomp there.
Looking
So let's
pretty
see where
good so
Seven
far.
7Z's gonna go here now. Are we gonna see some more comps of like what we saw against Kiss Kiss, or are we gonna see them try something different here? No telling. They're not giving us anything to go on just yet. 7 seconds left in the pick, guys. What are you gonna take?
This has got to be super cool. Locking in the Blastoise, and we do have the Mew. So what we've seen so far, it's the first time that we've seen the Mew at least, Bonita. So that's going to be super interesting as we continue to squabble away and see what other Pokemon are going to be available. You know,
Interesting's an interesting word when it comes to Mew. Definitely a technical Pokemon you have to have some skill with. Soup locking in the Tinkaton, Pokemon we haven't gotten to see a whole lot of since its nerfs, and taking Espeon away from 7Z, so 7Z's not going to have a chance to pick Espeon up. Instead, going for the Glaceon pick. Are we going to see a double freeze team here and Hades pick up this Alolan Ninetales? Alolan Ninetales got a nerf recently, so we did see some damage go down there, but still a pretty strong Pokemon, especially for zoning. I think we're going to see the looks like they're going for the Azumarill there over on Orange's side.
Man, this is looking super interesting. Let's see what they're gonna lock in though. Greninja being hovered. Let's get some auto attackers in here at least. And Greninja is one of those Pokemon that's actually quite versatile, and we're seeing the X attack actually being locked in. Now, super interesting on the side of 7Z Esports as well. That Mew is carrying an experience share, so they're probably running a little bit more of a support role when it comes to them. So it's going to be super interesting now running 3 attacker comp on the side of 7Z Esports, and Indurace going a little bit more conventional, but still trying to get that a tank role on the side of Tinkaton a little more rather than the damage. So hopefully it's going to work out for them. But one of these teams is definitely having the work cut out for them as we anticipate this losers finals best of 1. The winner of this goes on to Kiss Kiss for grand, so it's going to be super interesting. What do you think of the comps?
Definitely be interesting if we could see 7Z force a reset here and head into grand finals against a team that they already have some experience playing against here, so maybe they would be better suited for it and ready to go up against it. It is interesting to see not a ton of bulk there on Orange's side. Just that Tinkaton, like you said, kind of taking the role as their defender supporter, but we've seen what Tinkaton can do in the past as far as leeching out a whole bunch of damage. Maybe this is its chance to shine as far as taking that damage and just kind of holding the opponents back a little bit, kind of being their wall. Similarly, we're going to see Blastoise kind of make itself known again on 7Z's side. So here we go, they're starting off. We're going to see, looks like they're going to run Glaceon in the jungle here. Mew and Squirtle going top lane, but they are actually getting assistance. They're running triple in the jungle there for an early game.
They're definitely going to want to hold hands at the beginning of the match as well. And if it's, especially when you're running the EVs on the jungle in particular, it's going to be better for them to actually try to get some more experience together. Now Squirtle actually being forced to run away. The Electro Ball going to be the first pick then for the Mew as they're forced to run away. And all of that experience going on to the Gibble is going to be actually quite awesome for them as well.
Yeah, a ton of XP there for sure. Like you said, they're already in the Glaceon in the jungle there and heading to top lane as well to kind of give them a little bit of that backup. Glaceon makes a great jungler. Obviously, like you said, early game, do need to have their hand held a little bit there. Eevee's not great at ripping through the jungle so quick, but you do get into Glaceon only at level 4, so, you know, once you can get in there, you can really start getting some of that damage out. But we're going to see jungler make its way to top lane as well from Orange side. Everybody's going to fight over these birds here. We've got 4 members of Orange. And Glaceon getting in that range, trying to take down that Pikachu, does manage to take down about half of its health. But Pikachu's going to take a sleigh ride on the snow all its way back to base to try to get some heals up. They're going to put some pressure back and forth on each other, but Orange is retreating back to pad. Espeon may actually get super close there. Does manage to get the berry and get back in, but gosh, that is a lot of pressure that they're pushing Orange back into their lane there. We see the first goal from the Glaceon get scored there on that top lane. They're just doing so much damage. It doesn't seem like Orange can get a foothold here, even though they're on their own pad.
Yeah, Ignorance is actually doing a tremendous job as well. And I really like the fact that they're running experience share with Espeon because they know that Gabite in particular is going to be very, very experience hungry. So as soon as you see that Espeon running in versus them, it's going to be super important for them to continue to lock that one in. And now Greninja, and we're seeing the second evolution of the Tinkaton actually coming in as well. Going to be super important for them to get those stacks and try to deal that damage over the course of the match.
See that Mew fire off that solar beam there against Ignorance. That's some pretty heavy range there. Supporters can support in more ways than one, not just, you know, by bringing in the XP, but also by keeping the range. But we're going to see 4 members of Ignorance make a push on 7Z. Now looks like all 5 of them are there. Greninja making duplicates of itself can make it seem like there's a lot more, but they do manage to pick off the Espeon in that exchange, but they do take a lot of that XP off those center birds. Glaceon's Icicle Spear is just, oh gosh, it's so much damage, and they're making such a strong push right back. I think they're going to manage to rip this top goal in this exchange. Yep, and it goes down there.
Already a double KO for them and 85 points on the board too. In the meantime, on the bottom side, we do have the Pikachu, but they're going to definitely secure that Regieleki. And we're going to start seeing the rotations of them both. Blastoise evolving with that level 8 status. In the meantime, we do have that Greninja trying to move in and actually going as well as much as possible so we can have that Regirock being taken by the side of Ignorance too. But actually stolen.
No, 7Z steals that out from under Ignorance after they did a massive amount of damage. Glaceon coming in with that Icicle Spear. It just does too much damage too quickly. They couldn't stop it, and they're going to push hard on this bottom pad, leaving it with only 9 points. Are they going to break it here? Are they going to take an overdunk on it, or are they going to just walk away? Looks like they're going to walk away, but Mew manages to get the pick off that Garchomp, but they take Mew down in response. So it does look like Blastoise is trying to get back. I don't know if he's going to get out, but he's putting out some pretty well-timed surfs there, and we're gonna see those walls come up with a Ninetales Unite move. It doesn't look like they managed to get most of their members out. Oh no, a few of them do go down. That's a double KO there. 7Z loses 3 members in that exchange.
Man, trying to move in. Yeah, actually. Now on the top side, 40 points coming in. And actually, no, being ignored to Psyduck. Plays the MVP role there, interrupting. Now Solar Beams coming in, Surf, double waves from the side of Psyduck, impeding anything that Garchomp wants to do. Mew trying to lock themselves in, and now Psyduck gets another KO. In the meantime, the Electro Ball sealing the deal versus the Espeon. 7Z Esports looking comfortable in this lead that they have, in 4 points on the bottom goal is just about enough to actually be able to continue to deal with what Ignorance wants to dish out.
7Z leading by about 100 points right now. Looks like they're going to expand that lead by another few more points. They're going to break that bottom goal, take those heals away from Ignorance. Tinkaton trying to swing that hammer and try to hold them back unsuccessfully. Gets picked off in the process there. Looks like we're only about 10 seconds away from the bottom Reggie spawning. Regieleki already up, but nobody's really interested in that. Everybody's too busy prepping for this bottom fight here. Let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be a Regice. That's going to be some heals. Ignorance going in on it pretty quick, but they're backing up already as 7Z Esports comes in and makes a pretty heavy push on it. Blastoise Unite move firing off, holding Tinkaton back. Everybody's targeting in on this Tinkaton. I think they know it's a force to be reckoned with, but Ignorance manages to make the push back, secure. They do secure that Regice, and they're going to push heavily on this bottom pad with a 40-point score for 20 points of an overdunk on that bottom. And they take down a few more members of 7Z in the process there, knocking out that Glaceon. It looks like Garchomp's going to run in the middle here, take up some of these birds. Psyduck's just kind of hovering around there, looking for an opportunity. Doesn't find it, but it does look like everybody's going to rotate for this Regieleki at this point. Espeon just kind of hanging out up there already, but it looks like they're going to try to surround this Tinkaton in the jungle. They're going to bottleneck it. Tinkaton's trapped. He goes down in that exchange.
Man, actually doing a tremendous job that time around. Now Surf's coming in from the side of the side up. Greninja goes down. Regieleki just about to go down as well. And Espeon in the middle of absolutely every single member of 7Z Esports. Now Garchomp trying to do whatever they can to actually take the objective away. It's not really quite going to matter because all 5 members of 7Z are all in this together like if it were High School Musical. But now it looks like there's a curtain call closing on Ignorance's chances to continue to maintain the level lead that they already had, Ponyta.
Yeah, it does look like we're getting caught up in levels here. Ignorance is not doing a good job pushing back. In fact, they fail. Lucky does hit the goal, but it doesn't look like anybody from 7Z is going to take this opportunity to try to score. I think Ignorance is guarding too difficult. Oh no, we're going to see Mew try to get in there and drop 40 points. Is Mew going to be able to get out though? I don't think it does. Nope, it goes down in that exchange. But it does manage to drop that 40 points. The rest of the team is out, is safe. We're 15 seconds away from the bottom Reggie, the third one. We've seen Regirock, we've seen Regice. The only one not shown up today is Registeel. Is that who we're going to see in the next 5 seconds? But none of the teams look like they're going to set up for it instead. We're only about 20 seconds away from Ray. They're actually going to set up for that instead. We're going to see them position themselves. Tinkaton kind of getting in there. Mew firing off some solar beams, putting pressure on Ignorance from a good distance away. Putting up those light shields too. Light shield, solar beam. I mean, they're just poking away at him. I mean, we're seeing a lot of great support from this Mew in the back lane here, but also putting up a lot of defense there. The Ray has spawned. It doesn't seem like either team is really going in on it. They're just pushing back and forth. Oh, the Garchomp's diving.
Oh man, but actually the engage on the Tinkaton, look at the Psyduck actually already at half health. They need to be careful though. Actually getting spaced out by Ignorance as they continue to dominate at least the area of the Rayquaza. That's heavy damage actually coming in, but a couple of Water Shuriken and everything is okay from the side of the Greninja. And now they actually try to push themselves in. And now we're seeing the big fight actually coming in from the side. Unite moves going left and right, and the Pikachu goes down. The Pikachu goes down. Now we're moving in from the... Oh my god!
Oh, that is a
The
wipe!
move from the side of Alolan Ninetales, sealing it. That's a victory and a quick surrender by Ignorance. 7Z Esports taking it, and they want that rematch with Kiss, and guess what? They got it.
Wow, that was tough right there for Ignorance. Once the wipe was pretty much confirmed at that point, they just were like, nah, this is done. When they went for the surrender, saved themselves those last couple of minutes. 10 kills, 10 assists. Glaceon was definitely freezing them out in that battle. That was absolutely insane. Both great teams, a lot of back and forth there. Ignorance didn't let them have it too easily, but once 7Z caught up and then kind of got their positioning and kind of got it figured out, they seemed to really just kind of snowball from there out. And I say that not lightly. There was a lot of ice Pokemon on 7Z really carrying them there. So we definitely had the snowstorm coming from the Glaceon and the Alolan Ninetales. We saw the Mew bringing in those solar beams. Look at those. I mean, purple 7Z stayed ahead pretty much mostly the whole game there, but again, Ignorance didn't let them have it easily. They gave them a good fight. They were at objectives. They were doing their best to try to take where they needed and take some crucial KOs. They did manage to push and shove, take a goal, take some crucial knockouts, some picks off of some of their carries, but 7Z is just wanting that rematch, and it looks like they're going to get it.
Man, tremendous job by 7C overall, and there was a lot of domination throughout the course of the match, and really it never felt like they were really truly in danger of losing it. But you know, when it comes to Rayquaza, it's always a 50-50. Well, at least for now, because we do have a new mode that's coming in soon. But in the meantime, we are seeing then 7Z actually giving us a tremendous showing on winner's side versus Kiss, but they are wanting to make that run back a reality. So let's see what's going to happen here in Grand Finals. But before that, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Grand Finals of Underdunk 46 will be on your way, so don't go anywhere. Welcome everybody to Grand Finals of Underdunk 46. I am Chopper, and here with me is my trusty Cinder sibling, the great prancing Ponyta. What's up,
Cinder
Ponyta?
sister here.
The
Hey,
Cinder
Chopper, we're
sister,
here.
Hey,
Hey,
we
Cinder
here.
sister. Hey, sister. Soul sister.
No. No Lady Marmalade here. Just some pure grand finals for Kiss Kiss and 7Z Esports. Now might be thinking, no, there's a mistake. Kiss Kiss and 7Z Esports has not started, so Kiss Kiss does not have the one game. Well, according to the agreement that they have, there is not going to be any type of reset. That means that Kiss Kiss has a one game advantage over 7Z Esports, so they have to win one game to be able to crown themselves the Underdunk champs. 7Z Esports needs to win 2 games in a row in order for them to be victorious, as we're going into the pick and ban phase, and we're seeing the target bans coming into play one more time, Ponyta.
So it looks like they're going to lean into that early Psyduck ban already, but Kiss Kiss aiming for that target ban. They know what to expect out of 7Z. They've seen this race before. They're going right for the throat with the Espeon and Snorlax ban, but we're going to see 7Z continue to ban out the Psyduck and the Blissey. Kiss Kiss, it looked like they were hovering the Hoopa for a second there, but they're kind of jumping around here. We're going into the Miraidon. Since Miraidon didn't get banned, this could be bad for 7Z. We know what Miraidon looks like in Kiss Kiss's hands, but 7Z is going to take this opportunity to pick up Umbreon since it did not get banned in this instance. Heavy looking for what they're going to take. We're seeing all around. We're seeing attacker. We're seeing defender. What are we seeing here for Heavy? 3 seconds left. What's it going to be? Mime.
Ooh, that's super interesting as well. We haven't seen Mr. Mime support in quite some time. Experience shares pretty much going to be the name of the game, but we also have the special attack specs pretty much increasing them. So that's going to be a stacking Mr. Mime trying to do a lot more damage. So we will see if he's going to run the barriers or not. In the meantime, 5 seconds left on the board. We did see that Wigglytuff received some changes all around, and that is going to be a double support comp with Hoopa getting hovered and picked by JL.
We've seen 7Z manage to knock Kiss Kiss's bases back and limit Hoopa's mobility in the past, but it does look like 7Z might be hovering over a Sableye. Is that going to be a sound pick going into a fight with a team like Kiss Kiss? Going after that Alolan Ninetales, they're locking it in. They're going for the Blaziken instead. We saw what they managed to do with it last time. We let them cook, and the chicken didn't get fried until the end of the game, so now we're going to see what Kiss Kiss brings in response. Looks like they're maybe leaning towards another double all-arounder. Definitely hovering over that Cerule edge.
Oh man, rocking in, trying to lock in that Venusaur, and eventually does so, and Cerule Edge actually being in now. A lot of danger when it comes to their comp as well, and Venusaur, according to what I'm seeing, at least from the item side, is definitely looking like a Solar Beam Sludge Bomb type of build. In the meantime, on the right side, we're seeing that it's going to be hovered with the Glaceon to be paired once again, the Ice duo of Alolan Ninetales and the Evolution being set up for the composition. What do you think of what we're seeing on screen so far?
I think we're going to see a lot of burst damage here. I'm interested to see what this Mime is going to do, if it's going to lean on more of the side of heals, or if we're going to lead more on the side of the walls. The Miraidon, always a great pick for Kiss Kiss. Wigglytuff, like you said, we did see some tweaks on the side of Wigglytuff. We saw some damage decreases for some of its attacks for, I believe, Double Slap and Dazzling Gleam. But its Unite move, Starlight Recital, did receive a significant buff to its shield, so that could make a huge difference here. The Solar Beam Venusaur picking off from the back lane could be crucial. We have a ton of long range here in the form of that Glaceon, the double ice pick again there. So we could see them freeze out Kiss Kiss like they did to their opponent's Ignorance in the last match.
They don't have a pure defender, but we know that Wigglytuff can actually take some good damage, and depending on how you build it with the itemizations, that's definitely what you're going to go looking for. Cerule Edge is definitely going to be our burst option in and of itself, but we do have that Blaziken that's going to be ready and locked and loaded to try to see if they can get that victory for 7Z Esports. But Kiss Kiss 1 win away, pretty much a domination over the course of the bracket, except for that last winner's final set that we saw versus, well, they're quite frankly their nemesis this time. But it's not over until the Wigglytuff sings Ponyta. This is game number 1 of Grand Finals. Kiss Kiss 1 win away to crown themselves Underdunk champions.
We're going to see that Hoopa and Cerule Edge head top lane. Hoopa is going to make its way through jungle. I think they're looking to just aim a little bit of a freeze on my end here. Oh, we're back online. Looks like we've got some interesting engagement going on here. Looks like they're going in for some stacks on the top lane. Chopper, what do you think?
Yeah, it's looking definitely solid, but now an invade on the side of the jungle being already paired. In the meantime, the Charcadet scoring a couple of points right at the beginning. Now JL actually doing a tremendous job in trying to impede any type of Glaceon evolution, and the slower it actually goes, the worse it's going to be overall for 7Z Esports. And Jigglypuff is going to get that blue off, but not if Vulpix, as anything they say about it, manages to at least get it. That level 4 evolution is going to be super important. And again, since both of them actually evolve in level 4, it's not that detrimental. We're seeing already the first KO actually coming in, and Rhydon trying to get that level up as soon as possible as well. But 30-9 starting off with 7Z.
Looks like we're seeing a decent level spike on the side of 7Z, getting the advantage there, early lead in levels over Kiss Kiss, but not the most detrimental thing, but they do have a lot of Pokemon that early evolve there, whereas Kiss Kiss has a lot of late bloomers on their team. We are into the Wigglytuff now at this point, and Miraidon dropping a ton of damage there with that lightning, pushing that Umbreon back. It's going to give him a chance to get in there, get a score. 24 points. I don't know if Miraidon was stacking. I didn't check the items on that. Ninetales coming in to push them back, let Umbreon get some heals in there, and it looks like Umbreon's
Actually
still
moving
low
in.
on health there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now getting stunned and a lot of damage is going to go in by the Wigglytuff. Now the changes that are actually going to be made for Wigglytuff means that it's definitely going to do lower damage, but it's not going to really matter because, again, it's working more as a tank role this time around, and the Sing and the double slap is going to be super important for them. Now the Solar Beams coming in on the side of Venusaur to take care of that damage. Icicle Spears coming in just barely being able to take down the Hoopa and Miraidon. Nothing to scoff at with their range, so a composition definitely, Ponytail, where the range is going to be the name of the game for them. Solar Beams coming in one more time and now trying to go in. Sludge Bomb taking care of them. Eject Button being aggressive as heck. Actually moving in and another Solar Beam for a double KO, and now lasers coming in. Solar Beams, oh my. So much damage at a distance for Kiss Kiss. Now kissing their Venusaur goodbye as Alolan Ninetales takes them down.
Excellent use of that eject button to get in there and just get that little bit of extra push, that little bit of extra damage. Picking off the Alolan Ninetales as it's trying to make its way through center there. It was completely locked up against that wall. But 7Z's taking this opportunity for most of Kiss Kiss being lost in the jungle to try to take a little bit of a push on that top lane. But it looks like they're starting to fall behind in levels. They're losing their level advantage. Mime's trying to heal. Blaziken's trying to get some of those levels back. They are trying to set up, it looks like, for this top Ray, while it looks like Kiss Kiss is using their Hoopa's mobility to move them to the bottom lane, so it looks like they're going to go after the Regieleki here in the top lane, and they're not really terribly contested, and they do manage to secure it and give a good push on that top pad up against Kiss Kiss, but it does seem like Kiss Kiss managed to secure the bottom Reggie uncontested there. I couldn't quite catch that, which one it was.
It was definitely the Regirock, so extra defense over the course of these next team fights, and Icicle Spears doing a lot of damage to the Blaziken, who was forced to run away. Another Solar Beam right to the face of the Wigglytuff. Now a double KO actually coming in for the Glaceon. Super important for them to continue to get that damage in. Icicle Spears doing a lot of damage onto the Hoopa, who is not able to escape, and now continuing that pressure. That's another double KO, so an unofficial quadra for the Glaceon, who's just about to disappear into nothingness, and now Wigglytuff just slaps him in the face for good
Slapped
measure.
down by the Wigglytuff.
Man.
Absolutely.
Yep, and now Cerulege actually trying to move in. Ooh, now the Unite move being used by the Cerulege as well, but Blaze Kicks actually coming in, finally taking them down, and now Unite moves coming in on the side of Miraidon to try to space themselves out versus the Mr. Mime. So 73-83 after everything has been done, a lot of experience given to the Glaceon, who's now already at level 10, but advantage seems to be at Kiss's favor.
Yeah, they've got pretty much all level 10s on their side there, while 7Z is still behind, lacking by a level or two, but they've hit their first level 11 in the Glaceon. Pretty hard carry on Glaceon's side, but it does look like 7Z is getting a good push in the bottom lane here. They've managed to knock down this Wigglytuff from its pedestal, and they're going after this Cerulege. They get a stun in on it, but only for a second. Cerulege managed to get out, heal a little bit, but it does look like we're going to see the switch on the Unite move from the Blaziken, but it gets taken down by the Cerulege. They use that opportunity to knock out that goal there, take the healing away from Kiss Kiss, and now they're going to try to cut back a little bit, but Ninetales trying to go through the jungle, gets picked up by that Solar Beam, but not quite enough to get the KO. Solar Beam deals a whole bunch of damage there, but it's been just barely missing the mark on a few of 7Z's members tonight. They're going in on this Regirock pretty heavily. They managed to secure it quickly, and with all 5 members of Kiss Kiss in the bottom lane, they're going to make a strong push on this bottom goal here of 7Z's. There's not a whole lot Ninetales can do in this exchange here, but we see the Unite move from the Umbreon. He's going to come, he's going to try to steal some shields out from under them. Unite move from the Hoopa. It's just getting fired off left and right here at this point. Everybody's kind of all in on it. Ooh, looks like it's time to hop on the chopper here.
Oh man, huge Unite move actually done by the side of Cerulege, and Blaziken and Mr. Mime forced to defend themselves. In the meantime, the Unleashed Hoopa doing a lot of damage to them as well. Mr. Mime just used as a sacrificial lamb to try to take care of absolutely everybody. The fruit coming in, but is actually done by the Cerulege. Now Blaziken in super mega trouble, managing to still barely survive as a lowland Ninetales comes in to save the day. Wigglytuff being forced to run away in the 2v1 scenario. Eject button already used in the middle of 3 people, trying to go for a multi-slap, trying to impede any type of escape on the side of Blaziken, and that manages to go down. So, we're seeing Glaceon already at level 13, just about enough to actually try to take care of the Regieleki, and now actually moving in to try to get that Unite move out of the way on the side of Mr. Mime and taking down that Hoopa, and they continue to push on the left side. 7Z Esports looking pretty good with 3 minutes left.
That exchange on the bottom lane was huge for 7Z. There was a lot of push and shove, but 7Z managed to take out so many members of Kiss on their own pad. So they were able to get a lot of crucial experience from that. It brought their levels up. It brought them more to a level playing field. Getting crucial picks on the Wigglytuff there. The Sing has been imperative for locking down members of 7Z. So we're seeing why that Sing is so important there. He's looking. He's doing a little bit of zoning there in the bushes there. Didn't find the Umbreon until just now. They're going in on this Registeel. They're going in for it pretty hard, but the Umbreon is just kind of hanging out in the back lane there, doing some zoning of its own. Is going to try to strafe in, but not quick enough, and it is a secure on the Registeel for Kiss. That's going to be a massive buff for them here, 10 seconds away from going into this Ray fight. 7Z is trying to set up in this lower L bush, but it looks like they're still just not quite ready. Blaziken's up in the top lane. It's far away from its team right now. I don't know if it's going to be able to make it around this back lane. Mime is trying to get in there and make sure that Blaziken can get back to its team in time. We're going to see the Parabolic Charge push the Mime away from a threat, and we see the dive from the Umbreon. Ninetales pushing in the ice walls. Glaceon coming in with the Icicle Spears. It almost takes down the Wigglytuff. It puts a lot of pressure on Kiss. It pushes them back, but it's not quite enough. We see a lot of low health on the side of 7Z. Both teams are back and forth. 7Z is strongly ahead right now of Kiss, but it's still pretty much anybody's game.
Man, look at the top side as well. Cerulete's actually trying to go in for a back cap and manages to try to do something, but now Blaziken and Mr. Mime are already on the case and trying to move in now for the Rayquaza. Umbreon just managing to try to get in the middle of absolutely everybody. Rhydon in danger now. Unite move actually coming in, popping up Icicle Spears, trying to do the much damage as possible. And now we're seeing actually Glaceon taken down. Now the Venusaur as well. Who's gonna get it? The Rayquaza belongs to Kiss. It belongs to Kiss. And now Rhydon trying to score some points on their own. And all of a sudden, we're seeing 72 points on the bottom side. And now actually 91 being scored. That's 100. Well, rather 50 and 98 on their end. So 40 seconds left on the board, and we have 7Z on the lead so far. What are they going to be able to do? The Cerulege has another 100 points, 269. That's a 1-point game. It's a 1-point game, Ponyta, and we're 25 seconds away.
Oh my gosh, this is insanity. This is insanity. Who's going to score? And then 7Z manages to drop just a few more points, pulling ahead just a little bit more, holding themselves in the advantage point. Kiss did manage to secure the raid, but 3 of their members were down at the time. Is Kiss gonna get to the score? They got a score right here. Is that gonna be enough to push them up over? That's about 100 points right there. That's gonna be enough to push Kiss up and over 7Z in the final seconds of the match. It does look like this Underdunk 46 is gonna go to Kiss, who were ahead 1 game. It was so close.
My God, that has to be one of the most intense minutes, or at least 25 seconds of game we have ever seen, for sure, in the history of Undunk. Oh my God, that was a tremendous job and effort, and again, Machizo putting this team on its back. with that Cerulege with those 8 KOs as well. And we saw a tremendous job by 7Z trying to force that final game. But again, from the clutches of defeat, we saw that Wigglytuff scoring those 48 points that really took into advantage, but cementing pretty much the lead as well. If we can get that battle report whenever we can, that would be awesome. Now 70,000 points already displayed and 50k of damage from Borer Reach, nothing to scoff at. And we saw the 3 carries on the side of 7Z Esports, pretty much 60k on their end as well, Ponyta.
Yeah, the numbers definitely don't lie. This was not an easy match
Look
for
at that.
either team. Wow, look at that. I mean, Kiss
That is
Kiss was
insane.
ahead, and then 7Z took it, and they were ahead for a good chunk of it, and then they came back. I mean, it was back and forth right in those
That is
last few
insane.
seconds there. That was
Wow.
absolute insanity in those last 30 seconds. And then right at that very end there, when that Wigglytuff scored, I wasn't sure if it was going to be enough until we saw that extra score, and that barely put them about 100 points over. I mean, that was just... 7Z didn't make it easy for him. I can't say this team, took a too hard of a loss. I mean, they made it a hard fight. That was definitely a well-earned second place for 7Z. Kiss Kiss fought hard. They secured that Ray with 3 members of their team down at that time. So that was 3 shields they didn't have going into those scores. It was an excellent opportunity for 7Z to counter score. They managed to do so a few times. They came back. We saw it was within 1 point for either team. 7Z jumped another few points. I mean, that was insanity. The numbers again don't lie here. The 63k damage for all 3 carries on Kiss Kiss's side. They were in there. They were doing tons of damage. Umbreon in there tanking 50k damage itself and healing 13k. But Machizo really carried the team for sure there, definitely with that 70k damage and 24k of healing. Solar Beam didn't seem like it was quite hitting the marks it needed to hit. We only see 32k out of Celestial, but Oblivion getting in there with those Sings and doing what Wigglytuff does best by just being bulky and massive enabled Wigglytuff to get in there in those last few seconds and score those much needed points in the end there that managed to put them over the top. That was an excellent match. I'm sad that it's over, but I'm sad we're not going to a game 3, but at the same time, you can't really ask for better matches than this.
Absolutely. It was a tremendous underdunk for sure. One for the history books. And we're just about done. So, Prancing Ponyta, any final thoughts or just some goodbyes before we properly sign off?
I'm glad to be back casting again. I'm glad I get to do it here for Underdunk. And I'm glad I get to do it with a fellow Cinder Ace, a Cinder sibling. 2 Cinder Ace mains here, but I mean, unfortunately, we all know Galarian Rapidash is coming here in just a week, and I will be hopping off the bunny train and onto my main.
Yeah, your main for sure.
The
Getting a little bit more of
main.
that. Getting a little bit more of that horsepower going, especially with Galarian ponies are coming. But that's gonna be it for us. Huge shout outs to Steel Agent Kyle as well as Husky for giving us the opportunity to be here. Tremendous casting on the air end, and I had a lot of fun. Huge shout outs as well to production, who did a fantastic job over the course of the tournament today. And that's going to be it for Underdunk 46. This has been Prancing Ponyta and Chopper signing off. We will see you in the next Underdunk. Take care.
Horsepower.